What up, what up, what up, chat? It's your boy PowerXL Official, and we're back again. Ready to hit off a new day, new dollar. Gotta make that money, boy. Let's get serious. There's another crash out, so we're gonna look at it. This shit.
Ben Shapiro.
This is the year. This is the year of content. I mean, we're barely still just getting this year started, and I mean, it's just one thing after
having
another.
A pretty bad
good or bad.
He has not been happy.
I think everybody's been having a pretty bad few days. I think there's just something going on this month. Or some shit.
One of the reasons
it's
for
been
that
bad
is
for a lot of
Kanye
people.
West came out with a new song.
Oh yeah,
Ben
I didn't
Shapiro,
even hear it. I still want to listen to it.
My sources are telling me that he's actually not a fan of this song. He doesn't think it's catchy. He doesn't think it's as clever. This is not a single
probably
Israeli news
isn't.
outlet reported that he didn't want to meet with Bibi. This is already propaganda and fake. Yeah, but don't you think that's a bit of a selection bias there? But I don't know. Anyway, let's go back. We're gonna take a look at it.
So he now has a new song titled Heil Hitler. So just in case you were still pretending that Kanye West doesn't hate Jews, I'm pretty sure he hates the Jews.
Oh.
I mean, two things can be true at once. One, mental illness. Two, hates the Jews. Both can be true. And in fact, in Kanye West, are true. So he's now cut an entire music video. Again, this is all about transgressiveness. It's all about transgressivism. That's all it is. And so many of the people who are parroting the Heil Hitler Kanye West song are doing so because they think it's fun to be transgressive, and all rules must be broken, because if you're standing up to the narrative, you're doing something brave and amazing.
That's exactly it. He's right. I think that's also a big part of it. And also, I think that some people just, I mean, like, it's very catchy. Look, everybody's going to like different music, but the point is that, yeah, I do think that a lot of people are pushing it because they know it makes people mad.
Or maybe you're just being a piece of... That's also possible.
Oh.
Here is Kanye West's song, Heil Hitler.
Hey, listen. Ben Shapiro is Jewish. If he's watching it, I can watch him watch it, right? I feel like that's okay.
So I became a Nazi, yeah. I'm the villain.
You got the pass? Yeah, he's giving us the pass. Did he bleep out the N-word but not Heil Hitler? Did he just do that? I think he did.
What? Beep, beep, beep. Heil.
It doesn't get better than this.
Cooked.
Right.
Right.
Heil.
So the actual line is N-word Heil Hitler. Okay, but it's a hard R with Hitler, and it's a no R with the N-word, is the way this works. If, by the way, you say the reverse, that means you're a racist and you're banned from polite society. If you say the N-word that ends with an A, but you say Heil Hitler with the hard R, then that means that you're good, transgressive, and interesting to a wide variety of people.
I've never heard somebody say Hitler.
Hitler.
I've never heard somebody say that. Have you ever heard somebody say that?
Yo, Hitler.
I didn't know you could. You can say Hitler with the hard R. This is like meta anti-Semitism I didn't even know about.
It goes deep, I guess.
People apparently on both right and left. So that's exciting stuff. I'm glad that we've decided to do this as a society. And social media, of course, has exacerbated all of this because transgressive behavior gets clicks, it gets attention.
Yes.
That, of course, is why Andrew Tate, one of the most vile people in social media, decided that, he's constantly piggybacking on the social media attention whoredom of others. So here he was, jumping in a fancy car. In
Not
UAE,
even.
I believe this is, while playing the Kanye West song. Because
no.
Andrew Tate. Okay, all right, I've got to see this.
the best people are of a piece.
Yo, pull it up, Jamie. Pull it up. No.
He's smoking a cigar and getting.
No. But this is a nice fucking car, bro. That's a nice fucking car.
Bugatti
Look at
Veyron.
this.
What do you mean? Of course it's nice.
Rented? It's a $1.6 million car.
That shit ain't rented.
Why do you
Go
get a car like this and put, yeah, it's shit colored. It's like bronze. What is this? The copper car? Yes. It's $4 million. That's a lot of money.
Into a fancy car paid for by the people that he is allegedly ripping off with Tate University. So that's exciting for all of you.
No.
And he puts on the song and then he starts driving down the street. What a rebel he is.
Yeah.
Truly a rebel. This is the kind of... Now, the social media scene has made the world so much better. By the way, Brent, if you think this has no bleed over, why are we paying attention to this? Because social media
This is
popularity now
hilarious.
translates into mainstream breakthrough. We have seen this. We have seen people who were completely anonymous 2 years ago who, because of the bizarre algorithmic
Okay, now I have to
boosts
play
provided by
the
ads
song
and
in
TikTok,
my car and
have now
smoke a
become
cigar.
kind of internet famous, and then they make a breakthrough into actual famous podcasts, for example.
Pulling an Andrew Tate. I'm calling it.
Yeah. That's what happens. Yeah, that's what happens. And who cares? No, the thing is that, like, he's right. Like, I think Ben, like, I like some things he says. I don't like some other things he says, right? And what's crazy to me about this is that, well, actually, I'm going to find this one on YouTube afterwards, and then we're going to get into a little bit more internet fame has killed real celebrities. I feel like the one person who's like a real legit celebrity now, like, if I could say it would be any one guy from the internet, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Speed.
It is Speed. It's obviously Speed. He's world renowned.
Speed is the guy.
I was just
Now,
thinking
you've got other
Speed.
people like Kai, Logan
Just
Paul,
couldn't remember his name.
Mr. Beast, a couple of other ones, maybe once, or, you know, maybe I would say, but I really think it's Speed. I think Speed is the one that moved from clout to fame. I do.
Yeah.
I love Speed.
And suddenly
Speed's
they're showing
amazing.
up, and you're like, who is
I
this?
love the content creator I Show Speed.
Into actual famous podcasts, for example, and suddenly they're showing up, and you're like, who is this person? Why is this person here? And the answer is they got a lot of clicks. There is an interesting racial breakdown. Black Americans, over a fifth of them say Hitler had some good ideas. Presumably Kanye is in that category. 19% of Hispanic Americans said the same. Just 9% of white Americans said the same. So, I don't know, put me on the side of people who say Hitler actually did not have good ideas. His ideas were trash. And the people who support them today are trash. And the people who invoke them today as some sort of progressive strike against the leftist.
Wait, so you have to agree with everything the guy says, and you have to agree and disagree with everything he says? Like, why do we have to be on this political one side or the other bullshit? Like, we can have our own thoughts. We are not other people. We are our own people. Like, go fuck yourself, buddy.
There's so many ways to oppose leftist censorship. Valuable ways to oppose leftist censorship. There's so
I think the reason why, like,
Why are
and
you-
the thing is that, like, he's right about all of this, but the problem is that I think a lot of people have become more frustrated with the fact that playing inside of the rules hasn't gotten them what they've.
And first off, I wasn't there for fucking Hitler, and I wasn't fucking there for any of it. None of us were. So before we go saying what we know happened, just remember that your government lies to you about a lot. And guess what? The people that write history are the winners. So, who knows? They could have rewritten history.
Wanted. So
I don't
think
trust the
people are
fuckers that wrote the
effectively throwing
history.
the rule book out. They're taking the Overton window and just fucking taking a sledgehammer to it and saying, you know what, this is our new favorite song now, and deal with it. And I think that's really where the problem is that a lot of people are sick of living within the confines of their own mind. They're sick of being told what to think. They're sick of being told what to say, etc.
Exactly.
People, like,
exactly.
no, I'm not. I don't think
fucking
this is a
sick of it.
Jewish thing at all, right? Like, I'm not a JQ enjoyer. I'm not into that. But you guys talking.
At the same thing, I'm skeptical about the Jews. Everywhere they go, they destroy and tax. But not all of them. It's like the higher ups. Like, it's the system. You know, so it's not even the regular, Jewish people. Like they're all good people. For the most part, it's just the higher ups that fuck it
About
up
like,
for all
oh,
of them.
people are starting to notice. You actually think that I'm not noticing, you're noticing? Do you really think that I am so you don't think that I'm racist enough to notice that you're being racist? You're insulting me by even typing that in my chat because the implication is that I wouldn't notice that you're being racist. This is an insult to my credibility. So stop it.
So many things
No
that can be
need for
said that the left
racism.
doesn't want you to say that actually have inherent, real value.
Yeah.
And then there are mentally ill people.
I don't judge on skin color, race. Everybody's the same color. Everybody's human. We all bleed the same blood. It's what you do in life is what makes the difference. And a lot of the Jewish people that run the music industry, that support all those rap lyrics about telling people to kill themselves or like pushing gang shit. These are a lot of Jewish companies, and it makes you fucking wonder. That's why I wonder why everybody tried to kick the Jews out.
People warbling into a microphone using autotune. By the way, I hope that whatever Kanye is making off his songs, he's paying a percentage to autotune. Because my goodness, autotune is basically writing his songs for him.
Ever
at
since
this point.
808s and Heartbreak, right? I mean, like, let's be honest, like that album.
I mean, that's everybody. Auto Pan, Auto Albums.
And by the way, that album came out the year I graduated high school. I mean, that shit went hard as fuck. And so anyway, like, yeah, for sure. But like, I mean, at the same time, like, let me see how many people, let me actually look this up and figure this out. And let's look at some of these searches. How many Jews were in Iraq? How many trans people are in the US? How many weeks in wait. No, never mind. Never mind. That was not me. That doesn't have the clock on it. I did not look that up. That was not me. I did not need to look that shit up, okay? Give me a second. Let me ask how many people have listened to it how many people have listened to Kanye West's new song. All right. Oh, uh-oh. So
27 million views.
27 million views? There's no way. There's no way. I bet it's way more than that.
True.
Yeah, I bet it's way fucking more than
We got
that.
the unofficial
And
uploads
so try
too.
deep search? Okay, let's try deep search on this one. That's a good idea. We're going to turn deep search on, and we're going to ask the same question again. Because I really, every stream platform banned it. That doesn't matter. People are still going to find it in other places. That's what I would say.
Wait, they banned it?
The videos were deleted multiple times on YouTube. How do you even measure that with all the different ways audio can be shared? Well, that's why you have AI to do it. They do all the work, and all I do is sit here and act like everything they're saying is true. It's that simple, guys, obviously. Because rarity. Well, I think that this song has been very popular. I do. And I don't know what to say about that. But I think that really it's just... And I think that also, like, Ben is right that, like, the popularity of the song is more than anything a refutation of, like, cultural norms, more so than the popularity of the song.
So they fucking
Like,
banned it? Wait a minute. Why are they banning the song, though? I mean... What? What? You can only listen to like iterations of it. The hell kind of intro is that? Like we can listen to it just bit by bit. Starts out with some trumpets. Little farty on the intro. All right.
Man, these people took my kids from me, then they put
Man, these people took my kids from me. Then they took my bank account. Damn. 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 So the industry, which his producers are probably Jewish, most likely, is what I'm going to assume. This isn't fact. This is an assumption. But he says, "Man, these people took my kids from me." So the industry basically took his kids, and they did. They made him seem crazy. They took his kids. They took his bank account. He's got a lot of anger. Got no way to take it out. Think I'm stuck in the Matrix. Oh. The fucks. Fuck's my nitrous. Yes, I am a cuck. I like when people fuck on my birthday. Ooh, that's a bar right there.
bank account. I guess
Yo, that's a bar.
me got no way to
This, dude. I don't know, dude. I don't know.
get out. Think I'm stuck in the matrix. When
I don't know, dude.
I flush my nitrous. Yes, I am a cook. I like when people fuck on
Wait, that's the bar right here.
in the matrix. When I flush my nitrous.
Where's my nitrous?
Yes, I am a cook. I like when people fuck on my bitch.
He likes when people fuck on his bitch. Okay. Not too good at the end there. Shit I'm posting on Twitter. They telling me, hey, don't say that. How my niggas can't see me in public. Holy shit.
On Twitter, they telling me, hey, don't say that.
Damn. I don't, dude. Is this a bop?
How niggas can't see me in public. I'm driving an all-chrome Maybach.
Is this?
With all of the money and fame, I still can't get my kids back. With all of the money and fame, I still don't get.
He still can't get his kids back. This is all true. All the money and the fame, I still don't get to see my children.
Get to see my children. Niggas see
That's
my
fucked.
children.
They see the Twitter, they don't see how he's feeling. So I became a Nazi. Yeah, bitch, I'm the villain.
They don't see how I be feeling. So I became
Damn. Huh. How about that?
a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain.
Holy shit, yo, long bars. Oh. Damn, but they have to say that though? Dude, this is a pretty good bop, except for the Heil Hitler shit. Damn, that's a meme right
I do think there's
there.
a big component of it that's like definitely
Dude.
that, right?
This song is
Ben's just a hater. I mean, but you can see why
He
can
is
you
a
see why
hater.
a Jewish person wouldn't like the fact that a song called Heil Hitler is popular. Like, I mean, like that's. I feel like that's pretty fair, right? I mean, fuck, guys. Like
The man's fucking dead.
that's pretty fucking fair. Yeah, I'm joking. Exactly. Yeah, I don't blame him. Yeah, like I get it. And it's a novelty based on who made it. Yeah, I think so. Fair enough. And but still, fuck Ben Shapiro. Well, I'll look at the Israel.
He's not like saying death to the Jews or anything. Holy shit. And He's not hurting anybody.
Thing he was saying before, and then after that, we'll go back and we'll find
With
this
this
here.
fucking censorship.
Okay,
I thought we
we're
were
gonna
done
get
with
a
this.
big number on this.
I think everybody should be, allowed to do within reason what they want. They still have the fucking Ku Klux Klan meets and shit. Real Hitler supporters. So, I mean, they don't stop that shit.
Aiden Ross also crashed out about the song. No, Aiden's response to the song was fucking funny, man. Whenever his friend was singing the song, that was so fucking funny. And by the way, all of them knew it was funny. See, the thing is, like, that clip, that's guy humor.
Yeah.
Like Karens, not girls. There are some girls that get it. Karens will never understand that, okay? That's like you're speaking another language. So you could be speaking Latin to them, and they'd understand it better than understand. But that joke, every guy watching that knows it's fucking funny. You've got Jewish guys watching that thinking it's fucking funny. You've got black guys watching it thinking it's fucking funny. Guy humor is very specific. Yeah, it is. Think about the most offensive thing possible. That's the
and
funny
then do
thing.
it.
Okay,
Yeah.
here we go.
Yeah.
So we've got the
guys love
popularity
offending each
of
other.
the
Just
song. How many people have heard the song from Kanye West?
we got the analytics.
There is no way. There is only one post that they can find that says 8.2 million.
Well, they all got banned
88 million?
and taken off the site.
Do not even start. Do not even think you're being clever. So, yeah, Streamer's banned his new single. So, yeah, no. And I've not listened to it. Yeah, I guess so. There's no view count, but you can find all the videos on archive.org. I am really curious to know how popular this song is. And you know what I'm also really curious about? Is if this song gets so popular, will radios try to, like, overly censor it and still play it?
Yo,
Because
yes.
I'm not completely convinced that won't happen.
I hope they do.
Like, everybody says no. Okay, all right, well, let's find out. Back to the
I think they will.
instrumentals. Yeah. It's all over Instagram and Reels. It's been remixed into a Pop Pump version. Yeah, I heard a few of the remixes, too. And but it's still on X, right? What's the view count there? Oh, I don't know. The same guy, Kanye has the right to express himself and his art. Who said Kanye doesn't have the right to make the song? Of course he has every right to make the song. It's just not like... I think that he has the same right to make the song as people have to disagree with the song, right? I mean, like, that's really how I would say.
And at the same time, all these companies that are banning him, you can tell they're Jewish companies. Instantly.
It would be with anything. So he was not happy. Ben Shapiro was not happy.
So if every thing is banning him, YouTube's owned by Jews, basically. That just confirmed it, because I can't... His post isn't on YouTube. It's on Spotify. They're owned by Jews.
Happy
Crazy.
about what's been happening with
I should Google it.
Israel and the U.S. Can I be black now?
I should double check.
You have to ask Joe Biden, actually. He's the one that decides that. I know. You wouldn't have thought, but yeah, that's the way it is.
Clearly what Hamas is attempting to do is basically settle all outstanding business with the United States so as to then create separation between the United States and Israel in Iran negotiations. That is what is happening with the Houthis as well. It is not a coincidence that as the Houthis are basically forswearing attacks on American shipping,
the former CEO of
the United States
YouTube was
the United
Jewish.
States is no longer going to worry about the Houthis, essentially. Now, Hamas is now trying to do
The
the same
current
by
CEO
releasing
is
sole
not
living
Jewish.
American hostage in the
There you
Gaza
go.
Strip, trying to basically say that the United States now has no part in that conflict. Well, okay, fine. I mean, if the United States has no part in that conflict, then Israel should just go and do what they need to do. That seems to me a proper solution with regard to the Gaza Strip. Now, the ugliest part, and there is an ugly part to this, is that there are widespread rumors and now news reports that Edan Alexander is going to be flown to Qatar to meet with the Emir of Qatar. This is vile. That's vile.
Nope.
He should, of course, meet with President Trump. He can do so in America. He can do so in Israel. There are plenty of places that Edan Alexander and his family can express their gratitude to President Trump, as well they should. going to Qatar to meet the Emir of Qatar. Qatar is a terror sponsor country. Qatar is the number one funder of Hamas. It is disgusting to have a hostage who is taken by a group funded by Qatar go to Qatar to thank the Emir of Qatar
Well, then
for
why
his
is he
freedom.
doing it?
It's an absurdity on its face. If it were...
They're obviously in on it.
I think that there's a good chance that the reason why this guy is getting released is probably maybe because of that. Because Trump is playing ball with them, and now, like, everything, like, people are getting along now. And so, yeah. Now, at a certain point, I think Ben's right, to a degree, right? They're solving the problem that they started. But at the same time, there's a degree of politics to this. Qatar probably helped getting him out. Yeah. Negotiating with terrorists, encourage them. Well, I mean, if Ben Shapiro was right, and they released this hostage without Israel's involvement, there is a good chance that Qatar was like, yeah, do this. They're trying to curry favor from Trump? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Everybody wants to be on Trump's side.
They mediated it? Yeah.
It is wrong. It should not be facilitated by the United States. Qatar is the sponsor state of Hamas. In fact, if the Trump administration seriously wanted all hostages out of Gaza, they could do so tomorrow simply by telling the Emir of Qatar that the airbase in Qatar is going away and that it'll move to the UAE, which the United States could do. That should have been the approach of the Biden administration on October 8th. They should have said all the hostages come out or the airbase goes away. That's how closely tied together Qatar and Hamas are. Laidan Alexander is now 21.
Why didn't Biden do that?
Israel wants to have the U.S. start a war with Iran, and Trump doesn't want to have to deal with that. That's why he's trying to stay away from Israel. Yeah. That could be true. Maybe.
Captured him when he was 19, October 7th, 2023, of course. Now, all of this has some wider ramifications with regard to negotiations in the Middle East. Again, Steve Witkoff continues to say ridiculous things publicly. So Steve Witkoff...
He's crashing out about this. He is not happy at all. Has he commented today about the situation and the speech? And Team Trump, we're starting right now. No, not really a whole lot. He's saying, it's not a whole lot. Nothing really too interesting, sorry to say.
Again, I do not think he's a good negotiator. I do not think that Steve Witkoff has demonstrated his bona fides along any lines. So far, all of the hostage deals...
Do you think we're experiencing a giant shift in international politics? I think that we are, actually. Yeah, I do think so. Or at least, I mean, like, this could be, like, hopeful naivete, right? And I think that's fair to say. But I do think that we're seeing a bit of a shift. Yeah.
Have essentially been kind of mediocre in the sense that maximum pressure has not been exerted on the bad guys. Yesterday, Witkoff said, we want to bring the hostages home, but Israel is not willing to end the war. Israel is prolonging it despite the fact that we don't see where else we can go and that an agreement must be reached. There's currently an opportunity window we hope Israel and all the mediators will take advantage of. We're putting pressure on all the mediators and doing everything we can to bring the hostages home. It is not Israel's unwillingness to end the war.
I think that Israel probably, like, I mean, this is like, again, this is me conspiracy Andying. Like, I don't have a tinfoil hat, but if I did, I'd put one on. I think Israel was unhappy that we got our hostage out because now they can't use our hostage as some sort of shared bargaining tool to get their hostages out. Which means that they are effectively weaponizing the American defense system and the American, like, fucking war machine in order to get their hostages out. Like, it's leverage, right? And, like, if you were Israel, isn't that what you would do? Is that, like, you want to keep the player in the game that can end the game? Because if they get out of the game and then it's 1v1, now things aren't as fair. Again, I always think about we're rearranging the partnerships. Can you explain it in WoW terms? I probably could. I'd have to think about it.
That is leading to hostages being taken. That's like blaming the police for the kidnappers not releasing the hostages. No, actually, that's up to the kidnappers. Hamas could end the war today. They could have ended the war October 6th. It never had to happen in the first place.
It's like you're getting ganked in Stranglethorn Vale. You're like level 33 and the other guy's like level 37. So there's like a big enough level difference to where like you have some of your attacks miss and parry. And so you have a friend that's like level 60, right? And he's got full tier 3 armor. And he was helping you, and he was standing next to you, so like the level 37 didn't attack you. But then the other guy was like, well, listen, I've got to go do a raid. Like, I need to go get myself geared, right? I need to get world buffs and everything. And so, like, I don't have time to do this right now. I've got to go. And then the level 34 is getting mad at you because now they might get ganked by the level 37. I think so. I mean, is that? I feel like that's kind of close.
Meanwhile, all of this is part and parcel of broader negotiations happening over the Iranian nuclear program. According to the Wall Street Journal, the United States said it was encouraged by talks with Iran on Sunday after a meeting, but the two sides remain divided on key questions, including whether Tehran will be allowed to enrich its own uranium. Well, I mean, that is the key question. That is not one key question. That is the key question. The United States should have no interest in a deal with Iran where Iran continues to develop nuclear missiles. That is ridiculous. Anything that allows them the capacity to continue to develop nuclear materials, which can then be tied to their ballistic missile program.
Which is exactly why Trump is trying to build good relationships with the other countries around there so he can exact collective pressure on them not to do that. And then he can use the trade deals as a bargaining chip as well, so you give the carrot and the stick. That's obviously what's happening. Like, am I crazy? Like, how do people not see this? He literally said he'll never let Iran have nukes. Yeah, it's obvious.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yes, your
It's
wishes.
out of the question.
Well, it sure seems like a lot of my wishes come true.
Yeah. Is insane. The United States should not be party to that. That is the JCPOA. That is the thing that Donald Trump labeled the worst deal in history. The United States should not be conceding points to the Iranian government. Again, Witkoff and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi met for 3 hours.
Conceding points, like not conceding points, could cost billions or trillions of dollars. At a certain point, it's easy to say that, but whenever you're having like people get sent over there, you're getting people blown up. And also, like, if we get into like a conflict with Iran, one thing that we can guarantee is that I bet a lot of Iranians will be radicalized against us, because I guarantee you we're going to have collateral damage. Like, we're going to hurt people there. And a lot of Iranians, like, I know a lot of Iranians personally. Every single Iranian that I know is like super American, like some of the most patriotic people that I know. Like, we don't want to alienate them. Like, and also it's not like they have this huge long history of being the suppressive government or whatever. The fact is that this was in 1979. Many people that are alive today remember before this happened. So to act like they have some kind of collective guilt that we want to like force it on them is bullshit. It's total bullshit. Yeah, and it's like, oh, well, we shouldn't negotiate with them. That's easy to say whenever you're not the one that's going to have to fight the war and spend all the fucking money and all the resources on it. It's better to lose a battle and win the war. It's better to not have to fight a battle or a war. And if you can do that, that's a better idea.
In the Omani capital of Muscat, in their 4th round of negotiations since April 12th. After the meeting, the U.S. cast the latest talks, mediated by Omani officials, as positive and said the diplomacy would continue in the near future. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman said talks were difficult but useful in better understanding the U.S. position. Now, again, Iran has another goal in these talks. If they can't get a bad deal from the Trump administration, and again, I have faith that President Trump is not going to cut JCPOA Part 2. It would be a rejection of his own legacy. If Iran has another goal, it is delay. And a delay for Iran is as good as a deal. In October, the JCPOA period ends. At that point, they can simply rush to a bomb. Now, they could just rush to a bomb right now as well. They could simply violate whatever is left of the JCPOA, and they could rush to a bomb. Herein lies the problem. Right now, there's a window of opportunity for anyone who wishes to end the Iranian nuclear program. That window of opportunity exists because Israel eviscerated a few months back Iran's entire air defense program. So the skies over Iran are totally clear right now. Not only that, but Iran still has not developed retaliatory capacity that would deter action by, say, Israel. If Iran is capable of standing the Israelis down by negotiating with the United States for prolonged periods of time, that is their win. Simply the negotiations being dragged out over a lengthy period of time is something the Iranians are going for pretty clearly. The two sides are still very far apart on the question of whether Iran gets to retain its nuclear enrichment program.
I'm telling you, they want the U.S. to fight Iran so badly. Bro wants war with Iran so bad. Is this guy suggesting war? Yeah, he's saying that we should bomb the shit out of them. Which is like, obviously, it would be better to bomb the shit out of them than let them have a nuclear bomb. I think most people agree with that. But these are not the only two options that exist. Like, and again, I think that Americans have been trained in a lot of years over, you know, I think ever since September 11th, Americans have been trained that every form of negotiation is either full capitulation or an act of engagement. And I think that what that's done is that's made a lot of people rich. That's what's happened. It's made a lot of people rich, and it's killed a lot of people here. And over there, too, by the way. This dichotomy is not real. Can you blame Americans, though? I mean, look, it goes back and forth, right? But, like, he's suggesting that we kill millions so Iran doesn't get nukes. That's insane. Well, again, like, I would be, like, to an extent, I would be okay with us. If we had to use military power to stop Iran from getting nukes, I would fall off on the side that that's justified, but I wouldn't commit to that unless I, like, really thought about it more. Like, that's my shoot from the hip opinion. But, like, that's not the only option, and that shouldn't be the first option. That should be the last option. Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah, exactly. That's the last option is fight. Yeah, why would you do this at the beginning? We already tried that. It didn't work. Yeah, that's the whole reason why Trump is trying to build this coalition of other Middle Eastern countries that are invested in America so he can put collective pressure on Iran. That's obviously what's happening. Like, well, that's why he's got them all clapping along with Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. Most of the Middle East hates Iran. Sure. But I think that, again, most of the Middle East probably would also look at America as the aggressor whenever they're bombing Iran. That's the issue, is that, yes, they might not like Iran, but at the same time, if we come over there and we start bombing them, that's going to change the perspective of those people there. Absolutely. Do they? I think the people there will think that, yeah, for sure, perception's everything. Yeah, it is. Your chat's insane if they think the Middle East hates Iran more than the U.S. after all the wars. I mean, can you blame them? Really?
I mean, I don't blame them.
Koff has sent mixed messages himself because, again, he has no expertise in any of these issues. He set out what he called clear U.S. red lines, that Iran can't have an enrichment program under a deal, nor should it have any centrifuges, which enrich uranium. And then Iran came back and said they would never accept any such terms. President Masoud Pezeshkian, who, again, is a stand-in for the mullahs, said Iran has never sought and will never seek nuclear weapons, but it will not back down from its peaceful nuclear rights. After Sunday's talk, Araki said Iran was open to adjusting the amount of enrichment it does and the purity of the material being produced for a limited period as a
bombing Iran would radicalize Muslims all around the world, blind if you can't see that? I think it would too. Like, I think it absolutely would. No? Okay, that's what I think.
Confidence building measure. But he said there is no room for discussion about Iran's continued domestic enrichment. So what exactly is Iran giving away that makes Steve Witkoff and company optimistic in any way? Again, this is just so Iran can delay. And if President Trump doesn't want to bomb Iran, which again he has set out as sort of binary, there's a third option here, by the way, which is that the United States maintains maximum pressure on Iran, and then Israel goes and attacks the Iranian nuclear facilities. I think that is actually the most likely outcome here if I'm just gaming out the possibilities for the next several
He's probably right about that.
months. With all of that said,
I think he's completely
all of this ties
right.
into broader Middle Eastern negotiations that are happening over everything from the Abraham Accords to the release of hostages to the future of the Gaza Strip to what's happening in Iran. Now, all of this crosses paths, obviously, with President Trump's visit to the Middle East this week. The biggest story in terms of the media coming out this week is a story reported by ABC News, among others, that the Trump administration is now preparing to accept a super luxury Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet from the royal family of Qatar. It is a
Oh boy. There we go.
$400 million gift.
So they're bribing their way out.
By President Trump as new Air Force One until shortly before he leaves office, at which time, according to the deal, the plane doesn't stay with the United States government. It then moves to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation. According to ABC News, the gift had been expected to be announced when President Trump...
Oh, that's what they said could happen. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. You never said that. Yeah, that was not true yet. Yeah, that's not even it.
...was on his visit
According
to
to
Qatar.
ABC.
A senior White House official said it's not going to happen in Qatar anymore, presumably thanks to social media blowback. President Trump put out a statement on Truth Social about the blowback, saying, so the fact that the Defense Department is getting a gift free of charge of a 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One temporarily in a very public and transparent transaction so bothers the crooked Democrats, they insist we pay top dollar for the plane. Anybody can do that. The Dems are world-class losers. MAGA.
Yup.
So, again,
I mean, he's not wrong.
the arrangement itself is, shall we say, I believe the technical term, the legal term, is skeezy. Sources told ABC News that lawyers from the White House counsel's office and the Department of Justice drafted an analysis for the Defense Department, concluding it's legal for the DoD to accept the aircraft as a gift and then later turn it over to the Trump Library, and that somehow does not violate laws against bribery or the Constitution's prohibition on emoluments. The Constitution literally says the U.S. government cannot accept official gifts from any king, prince, or foreign state. Apparently, Attorney General Pam Bondi and the top White House lawyer, David Warrington, concluded it would be legally permissible for the donation of the aircraft to be conditioned on transferring its ownership to Trump's presidential library before the end of his term. And apparently, Pam Bondi, who, it should be mentioned at this point, was once an actual FARA registered agent acting on behalf of the government of Qatar, provided a legal memorandum addressed to the White House counsel's office last week after Warrington asked her for advice on the legality of the Pentagon accepting such a donation. We'll get to more.
Isn't it crazy how, like, that jet was the focus instead of the pharmaceutical reduction? It's crazy how, and this is what I've never really liked about media.
You're right.
That's
I forgot all
always
about
the focus
that.
that they do. They always focus on bullshit like this.
Yeah.
That, like, everybody can have kind of an opinion on or whatever. Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
It is, though. It is a bunch of fucking bullshit. No. Wait a minute. The
whole
UK?
nation is shocked by the rape gang scandal. Thousands of young teenage girls systematically raped over years by men of
What?
predominantly Pakistani heritage. Girls like Jane, who was repeatedly gang raped at the age of just 12. The police found her being abused by an illegal immigrant. But instead of arresting the illegal
Oh,
immigrant,
shit.
they arrested her.
For what?
Nah, bro. Like, nah.
That is sick. The last government took action by setting up the wider J inquiry and the Grooming Gangs Task Force. But the truth is, that is not enough. There is now clear evidence that those in authority covered up these rapes because the perpetrators were mainly of Pakistani heritage. Last week,
I do think that
Damn.
they are actively trying to hide the ethnicities to not create further racial division. I think
Yeah.
it's pretty obvious that's happening. And I forgot which European country it was, but one of them did actually stop reporting on the ethnicities or making them like formally noted. Was that Sweden? I think it was Sweden. I didn't want to, like say it, but I think it was Sweden. Yeah, it has the opposite effect. Yeah, I think it's definitely radicalizing a lot of people. Like, these are the people, by the way, if you want to, have a summoning ritual for the next Adolf Hitler, this is a pretty good way to do it. It is. And I really worry about it a lot. I do. They're speed running it. They're speed running it. And this worries me a lot. Like I'm not a
It's kind of pretty.
like,
It's
I
pretty
don't think that's going to be
problematic.
good either. And
They're
now we're gonna
suppressing
get
so
Nigel
much
Farage.
info.
No, Nigel Farage is not extreme enough. Like, trust me, like the kind of person that you're going to get, you don't even know what they are right now. And if you do, their views will change so much that they will not even be anything like what they are right now. You will get someone that is truly extreme.
I met retired Detective Chief Inspector John Pecos. In Bradford, he
And
witnessed
people will vote for him, too. Probably a him, maybe a her. And they will vote out of pure exasperation. And everybody will be worse off because of it. Because these lies are being allowed to happen, and people are being told that they can't see what's in plain sight.
the abuse of a young girl in a car, but he was then instructed by a chief superintendent to drop the matter to avoid antagonizing Bradford's Muslim community.
What?
Covering up the rape of young girls for that reason is one of the most immoral things I have ever heard.
Well, why don't you just put him on trial? I mean, like, the thing is,
Yeah.
that why are the people over there not asking for this guy to be put in jail?
Yeah, why
I mean,
is
I feel
that
like
being
that's clearly
allowed?
the solution, right? I mean, you just put the guy in jail and then move on.
Yet not a single person,
They are?
not one,
They need to do it more.
has ever been held to account for these cover-ups. That is why we need a national statutory public inquiry which can compel production of evidence. Even last year, authorities in Manchester were still covering up, leading to the chairs of the local Manchester inquiry to resign. 5 local inquiries, which can't compel the production of evidence, just won't do. 50 towns are affected, not 5. And Bradford, where some of the worst abuse occurred, is refusing to cooperate with any inquiry at all. So there won't be an inquiry in Bradford because their council is refusing to participate. Now, Mr. Speaker.
Wow. I mean, again, I don't really understand a lot of politics from these other countries, right? So, like, I don't know really what recourse the public has for this. But it sure seems like whatever recourse they do have needs to be used. The UK is cooked? Yeah, it is. And I'm very concerned
UK's
about
been
where
cooked.
this is going to go.
Last thing I want to do is ever go to
am.
the UK
I'm
now.
Very, very
I always thought it'd be
concerned about
cool,
this.
but no.
Because I
Fuck
think I know
that.
where this is going to go, and it's going to
US
be
is
really,
number
really
1.
bad.
Maybe Japan, cool.
The Home Secretary
Kinda,
promised
it's alright.
on the 16th of January that Baroness Casey
They're okay,
would
let's
complete
say.
a rapid audit within 3 months. Well, 3 months has now passed, and we've heard nothing whatsoever. Almost there. The government said there would be 5 local inquiries, but we know nothing about 4 of them, and the man charged with setting them up, Tom Crowther, said to the Home Affairs Committee on the 1st of this month that
I also find it to be funny that there are so many of these like shows that, you know, it's always Britain, it's the authoritarian state. Does anybody remember what the book was that the actor had in V for Vendetta that was the banned book? What was the banned book? It was the Quran.
Oh shit.
Isn't that crazy?
He had been sidelined
crazy.
by the minister over there and, quote, did not know what was going on. Now, finally, Mr. Speaker, I recently met Marlon West, whose daughter was trafficked, abused, and raped by mainly Asian men.
That's
including
horrible.
In Bradford.
That's bad.
He said this government should be ashamed of themselves and they should hold a national inquiry. Jane,
They should.
who was trafficked and gang raped at 12, also wants a statutory national inquiry. Labour Mayor Andy Burnham, Harriet Harman, and the Labour...
I think this is also probably a result of like haphazard like migration policies too, because like a
Yeah.
lot of these guys, like I'm sure that there are plenty of people from like Pakistan that live here in the U.S. and they live in other places in the world that don't go out and gang rape young girls, right? That doesn't happen. But I think that what's happened is that a lot of these people come over and they never really integrate into society in a real way. So they stay inside of these like kind of cloisters of communities. and they just become more radicalized and more alienated from like the culture that they're a part of. And then this is what the result of it is. And I think that they're setting this up for it to happen. So like in a way, like the real enemy here, like you can say, yeah, of course it's the rapist. Yeah, for sure. But like the real enemy are not the people that are the outcomes of the problem, but the people who are creating the problem.
MP for Rotherham all agree. So will the
it's
minister
government.
do what
The
they
government is the problem.
and Marlon and Jane are all begging for and hold that national...
Yeah, no, he's completely right about that. And I think that when people in the UK get fed up with this, this will be a big problem. It will be a huge
That's what I'm
fucking
thinking.
problem.
The whole nation is shocked by
Yeah,
the
I
rape
mean, it's already a fucking issue, man. I mean, what the
Disrespectful
fuck?
IRL streamer now facing 31 years.
So Johnny Somali. Oh man, where do I even start? This guy was harassing people in another country and got arrested. Not only did he get beat up, the shit kicked out of him a few times. Now he's going to jail for 31 years. This is fucked up. In the one of the worst prisons. Now he regrets doing all of this. This is fucked. I feel bad for this guy.
Oh, God.
Now it's setting in.
Well, we watched the fucking around, and now we're all finding out. Johnny Somali's reign of terror is coming to an
He didn't kill nobody. No one got hurt that I think. He harassed a bunch of people. Which, okay, give him fucking 5 years, 3 years. But 30 years? Dude's gonna be on his deathbed. That's upset. That kind of upsets me.
Uh-oh.
He was like... I'm sure he could have went through, like, what? A year of jail and been straightened out? Like, really? 31 years in jail for fucking just stupid little pranks. I'm kind of upset.
Feel like we already watched this? No, it's if you can believe it, it's actually got even worse. I know, I'm shocked, but here we go. Let's take a look at it. He done fucked up. He done gone and fucked up.
He didn't even
You are
get
right
10
about
years in jail. He got
Things are now
31
absolutely terrible
years.
for the disrespectful IRL streamer who's now stuck in South Korea because he just got hit with another deepfake charge, which adds an additional.
Deepfakes, by the way, in South Korea are like that's it's really dead.
Yeah, there's a law against deepfakes.
They don't like those at all.
So he got
They don't
2
like deepfakes in
charges.
South Korea at all.
10.5 years of potential prison time in South Korea, which means the grand total of prison time that he's currently facing is 31 years in a South Korean prison.
Yeah.
And he just admitted all the attention he's currently getting isn't even worth it anymore.
I
In the
bet.
long run, do you think that it is worth it?
At this point, no.
I mean, come on. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Wow.
Overall, harassing
Right.
children
He's starting to realize.
in public should never be incentivized.
So just to have enough money to go wherever you want and do whatever you want doesn't mean you could have still had followers.
Advised in
People
general.
would have still watched you go
Massive
around the
skill
world.
issue,
Let's
because you
be
simply
honest.
picked the worst countries to do it. Maybe not the worst, but definitely terrible countries to be doing this streaming in. Because let's be real, if he was doing this in the US, most likely he would be out on bail,
Yeah,
and
he
he would
would be.
only get a slap on the wrist
That's
for
right.
any trials that he actually went to.
True.
And I guess for some reason this
Thank
absolute
goodness.
moron still operates like he's in the US. How you doing?
Good, right here.
Good, can't complain. Currently recording this video in a business center in Weston and Boston because I'm currently traveling. But news happened, so here we are. But I mean, hey, I'm only stuck in a Weston business center temporarily. Johnny is stuck in South Korea for the foreseeable future. Because I mean,
31
Damn.
years.
Facing. So he
Bro,
didn't
this guy
actually.
went over there and he thought he was on a private server, and it turned out that it was a
He was on
hardcore solo
PvP.
self-found.
Fuck, hardcore
They found him.
solo. The
Right
hardcore
after the trial I watched, he
PvP.
was playing it cool. He was like, "Oh, nothing's
Yeah.
really gonna happen to me. Nothing ever happens.
I feel bad
I'll be
for
out
him.
in no time." A couple
I
months
don't.
later, he's lost a lawyer. He's still stuck there, and new charges are dropping pretty much monthly at this point. I don't know if he's gonna get let off the hook as quickly as he thought. So now
No.
it seems like reality is really starting to set in with this guy, as his only friend and financial supporter is starting to get extremely fed up with him as he's getting more and more charges.
I
But
bet.
at this point, most people know the story. Absolute moron, goes to Japan, gets in a whole bunch of trouble there, ends
Yep.
up doing about 3 months of jail in Japan. Absolutely
Wait.
does not learn his lesson. Goes
Wait, he did 3 months in jail and didn't learn his lesson? What? You gotta be
Israel,
fucking
gets
kidding
detained
me.
a bunch, gets a bunch of
So he thinks it's worth 3 months in jail? What the fuck?
What a fucking idiot, bro. Like, what a dumbass.
Guy
I can't
is
believe he
fucking
survived that.
stupid.
Yeah, I know.
threats, ends up doing something that gets him permanently banned on his only platform that he actually
On
makes good
Kick.
money from, which is Kick, and then he ends up fleeing Israel while still permanently banned from Kick. What does he do? Absolutely still does not learn his lesson. He then goes to South Korea, rinse and repeat, does the same thing all over again. Now, facing 31 years in prison because clearly he has still not learned his lesson. And nobody feels bad for him whatsoever because he has not learned his lesson whatsoever. He's just been given way too many chances to, pack things up and pivot the way he's making content. But instead,
that is
he
crazy.
just continues to double down. Even after admitting the attention is not worth it, he still wants the attention. And a lot of people have been asking me, hey, why isn't he currently arrested in South Korea? Well, South Korea apparently operates very differently, especially when it comes to foreigners. Apparently, they don't want to spend the taxpayers' money on taking care of Johnny. They want to put that burden to provide for himself on Johnny. So now,
So they don't
Oh,
even give a
shit.
fuck. They said, yeah, we're not even going to take care of you.
Johnny
Oh,
essentially is homeless, except for Hank. He is now a burden
31
to
years, though. Murderers don't even get that long. I am a big fan of
That's true.
really harsh punishments for people that are doing something that's like very obviously wrong, because that it sets an example for everybody else, so people know not to do it. And I think that's really the problem, is that people do things like this because they think they can get away with it. And once you show that people can't get away with it, it's unfair for him, but
I mean, it is unfair, because if you actually really take more than 2 seconds to think about it, what about other people? What about kids that are still trying to learn? You're gonna ruin a kid's life? What if it wasn't Johnny Smalley? Think about that. What if it was your kid? Grows up to be fucking 18, does it, didn't realize he was being a jerk and stupid because you can get away with it in the US, and then 31 years. I mean, here's the thing. Johnny Somali doesn't deserve that much time, but he deserves fucking at least 5 years, or like 3. I'm not even gonna say what I think. This is not... Yeah, whatever he needs to learn until he learns his lesson. I think that's whatever it requires. I don't think the rest of his life charging him more than a murderer is worth. Because now he learned his lesson, but he's in jail the rest of his life.
it's for the better for everybody.
It might
Hank
be for
and
the
Hank's
better for
family,
everybody.
Because I guess Hank thinks it's a good idea to continue to pay for him. Because
Yeah.
Hank, for some reason, thinks that's the right thing to do.
Yeah,
even
he's
though,
really
as
annoying.
you'll see, it's destroying his life as well. Johnny is a sinking ship, and he's dragging everyone he can down with him. Because Johnny is stuck in Korea for the foreseeable future. He cannot
30
leave
years.
Korea until all of his court cases are done, all of his time is served, and all of his fines are paid.
Yep.
Then he can finally leave.
Yeah.
So until recently, he's had 5 charges that stuck, and then 1 that got dismissed. 2 of them are
Oh.
misdemeanors. 2 of them are obstruction of business felonies, which hold a maximum of 5 years each in prison. Then you have
What?
1 deepfake charge, which has a maximum of 10.5 years in prison. And just now, they added another deepfake charge, which adds another 10.5 years of potential prison
10 years on a deep fake? Really?
time in
God.
South Korea.
You gotta
he's
be
now
fucking
facing a
kidding
maximum
me.
of 31 years in prison. And I guess after all
Wow.
this, he's slowly starting to realize that he's ruined his life.
I talked to my mom this week, and she was like, really just like, you need to stop drinking. Like, it's
I
really-
don't think drinking is your problem at this point.
I think it
And this video is
was.
called 15 Minutes of Shame. Yeah, I feel like drinking was the problem.
No,
That's not
yeah.
the problem anymore.
your life. You're 24. You know what I mean? You don't need to be drinking and doing this crazy because, you know what I mean? Like alcohol is definitely the reason why I've done so many great things. Yeah.
Everything that you've done wrong is because of alcohol. That's so true. None of it's your fault. The alcohol made you do this. You didn't even want to do it.
He probably wouldn't have
Not
been
back
as
down,
bad
never
if
give up.
he
It's
was
not backing
sober.
down, never giving up. It's about just bettering yourself as a person. I think
I love how he's getting gassed up by like 15, 12-year-olds in chat that are telling this guy not to back down while he's ruining his life and speed running a jail sentence for 31 years. Like, they're like,
Chad
don't
is
give
so
up, Johnny.
out to
You can
get
do
him.
it. Oh, he went to jail? Oh, okay, all right. Anyway, and then these kids just immediately forget
They
about
just
this
troll
kid.
the
This
fuck out of
guy,
him.
He's rotting in Korean jail after getting gassed up by 12-year-olds. It's so fucking funny.
That's what happened on his drinking stream. He fucking was drinking in Korea right before his court date because his chat gassed him up to start drinking, and he never showed up. Or he showed up late at least.
It doesn't bring anything positive to my life. You know what I
It
mean?
doesn't bring any
I
positive
can make
most
good
of the
content
time.
without drinking alcohol, like easily.
When Johnny is sober,
Yeah, alcohol doesn't really give any positives to your life. Let's be honest.
he actually has some fairly reasonable takes. But that didn't really last for too long because, according to
started
15
drinking.
Minutes of Shame, one single hour later, he was already drunk streaming.
Come party with us.
It's a quiet hour, so.
Okay, you like Diddy?
Yeah.
No. He's an alcoholic. This is sobering. This is actually sobering.
How do you do this? How is he this much of a fucking retard? Really? This is amazing. How does this happen?
Diddy.
Let's be honest.
Wait.
You're an alcoholic. You're doing 31 years in jail. Why stop now? You can stop when you're in jail.
Outside,
You
okay,
have to
okay.
stop when you're in jail.
Brother,
Then come here and sit with us.
dude, you bought another one?
No, it's the same one we had.
No, it's not.
Ace it is.
You finished the last one.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I'm
Dang.
lying to you. It isn't one. All right, come Hank. Don't the bike. Can you dance with Diddy when
He even knows. He's like, this is a bit much, guys. What a fool. Yeah, exactly. This isn't your, it's the first one. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Okay, it's not.
You got me.
Why are you like drinking so much, man? Come on.
Listen to Diddy with me, please.
All right.
Listen,
I mean, Hank
so
here
this
is
guy is getting drunk and he wants to listen to Diddy.
just acting like a disappointed father, and this is Johnny's only lifeline
I
in
would
Korea.
be. I'd
Why
be
would he be
disappointed.
actively trying to burn this bridge? I guess he just can't help himself.
He's
But the
stupid.
reason I say this is in an interview, they actually admitted that Johnny has ran out of money, and Hank is his only lifeline, even though Johnny will still go on and on about saying, oh, I actually have money, and I'm not broke.
Legal mindset.
Everybody says this. All of these streamers that survive on only drama, none of them actually have any fucking money.
No. No
They
way.
don't. None of them have any fucking money. They're all broke. Every broke ass says that they've got racks on racks on racks. No way.
And these channels, they spread like fake narrative that like I'm penniless and things like this. It's not true, but that
I
I'm.
love how like that's the focus. It's not about how you're going to jail for 31 years, but don't you ever
Right.
fucking call me broke. I'll have you know I have $35 right now.
Attitude and stuff
We're
for
like
me.
35
I've
cents.
been living an okay life here. You know what I mean? I stay with Hank, so I don't really have expenses for living.
But here's the reality of the situation.
I have sacrificed my finances. You know, like I've actually like Johnny ran out of money because they refused Johnny to work. So I've been actually
So
providing.
they don't let Johnny work? I wonder why.
He's been helping me a lot. He's been helping me with not only like legal fees and stuff like this. You know what I mean?
Why
Yeah.
would you do this, Hank? You think you're being a good person?
He
You're
is.
not. You don't have to do
He's helped me
this.
pay for a lawyer
Hank,
and
stop
stuff like
it.
that. And
What is he
He's-
gonna do?
he's a great
Let this
friend,
guy
man.
rot in the
Honestly, I was-
streets? Come on.
respect him for that.
Have some
Hank must be a
dignity.
Christian?
When
Well,
I
that's
get
what
out
you
of
get.
here, a lot of it I do owe to Hank.
When I get out of here,
Hank's all right. He's a good guy.
ever the optimist.
He's a real man.
Yeah. So, and not to mention that I sacrificed my time and space here. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that all he says is he respects Hank for that, dude. If it wasn't for Hank, from what we're hearing,
be done.
he would be homeless.
Mhm.
So I mean, the least he could be is a little more grateful to Hank because apparently he was starving before Hank took him in.
And I actually fed him back to health too.
What?
Hank was very unhealthy.
Okay. Yeah, very skinny. Hank claims when I was living on my own in Korea, I was very skinny and gaunt. You know, because maybe my diet was not good. But Hank is definitely. People now on the internet are saying I have like a gut and man boobs now because I guess Hank has been feeding. I've been on the Hank diet, and Hank has been feeding me so well.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. Thank you for not letting me starve. Bro fist for that one.
What do you want him to do?
Things are
Kiss?
So bad that Hank, he's being supported by his family, and his family is threatening to
Wait,
cut.
so Hank is a NEET too?
No.
Well, now all this
Hold
makes
on.
sense. Okay, so basically, Johnny's a NEET that doesn't do anything, and then he finds Hank, and Hank is also a NEET, and he's like, "Oh, I know how this is. Yeah. That's just."
I mean, the guy's going to jail.
He's
He's
a
gonna
Russian nesting doll of just doing fucking nothing.
let him enjoy the last few minutes of life he has left.
that off because
And
he
like the very top is like some probably very, very disappointed dad.
keeps
Yeah.
on funneling that money back to Johnny.
Yep.
I risk my family not paying my tuition to help Johnny because I believe that helping Johnny was right thing to do. Pretty
Why?
much.
Why would you think that?
His mom hates me. Your mom hates me, right?
Yeah. My mom hates you. My
Based.
grandparents hate you.
Based.
And you said, despite all that,
Despite
he's
all
my
that.
friend, and wrong is being done to him, and I'm gonna make sure that he gets out of Korea safely.
Yeah.
This is a real
I mean, bro.
Why would you ever destroy your own life and ruin your standing with your own family?
I don't
over
understand it. Yeah, why would Hank do that? Yeah, what is that?
for Johnny. This is clearly
Because they're obviously fucking friends.
someone who's only using him because he has no options left. But that is still not
I don't
stopping
know. I don't
Hank from
know.
allegedly
Some
pulling
people
some
still have a
strings to
heart.
get
I don't know.
Johnny a new attorney. But apparently this attorney isn't from the big leagues. He
Uh-oh.
is
Uh-oh.
an attorney. That's about it.
So he's got both
Cool.
a public defender that was originally covering his his Western District case, and a private lawyer which was on the East, which is now registered in the West.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about this lawyer. So we actually predicted who this lawyer was. We had a leak. Ramsey gave a leak about who this lawyer was. We now know officially the lawyer is Choi Guang-ho. Or Guang-ho Choi. Choi is his family name. So that is the lawyer that has registered. He is a tax attorney. He is a tax.
No. No. And it's not tax season, let me guess. So he's open, wide open.
I think he's going to be doing more than 31.
Attorney. He has not been inside a criminal courtroom.
It's
in
over.
20 years.
Oh no. Oh no.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Let me say that one more time.
Jesus
He not
has
been
the
inside a
wheel at
criminal
this
courtroom
point.
In 20 years, he is a tax attorney. So, what probably happened, and this is something that we said, was this is probably a friend of Hanky Poo's family who got put on this case.
And apparently his entire legal strategy for
Jeez.
the DOJ charge has been a complete flop.
His whole big legal talk, his whole big legal strategy
Yeah.
was, we're going to settle with Bong Bong. We're going to settle with the female victim. We're going to pressure her. And they wanted to threaten her because she showed the image on her stream as well. But she showed it to show how mad she was about it, being
Right.
like, this is wrong, right? So he tried to blackmail the victim. And not only did that fail, it literally backfired in his face.
I can't believe it. I just can't. I can
Dang.
believe this. I knew this was going to happen. Everybody, yeah.
Why wouldn't
that's
that
exactly
backfire?
it. Smart strategy. He's a retard. The thing is that, what do you get from a retard tree? Retarded fruit. You're never going to get an apple.
And now, technically, he was right if everything was by the books, but the judge is going to look at that and say, go F yourself, because, like, I mean, that's the victim.
There's
But why
never
would
gonna
you
be a
show it on
pair.
your stream
It's
if you're a
always gonna
victim?
be
You're
something
not
else
supposed
stupid.
to. But in reality, if you ever have evidence to a crime, don't flaunt it over the internet. Give it to the cops. It's only going to hurt your case.
When
That's
he
what
tried
happens.
to blackmail the female victim, the prosecutor probably saw this and said, oh, hell no.
Yeah.
We're going to double down and give you another one. And by the way, there will be no settlement on that one because it's with the Korean YouTubers that you are literally attacking and threatening with defamation. Remember, guys, Hank and Johnny have been threatening to sue the Korean YouTubers and myself, by the way, threatening to sue me with
What?
defamation in Korea. Do you think that people that you threatened to sue, and you are suing, you literally said you're suing them, you were threatening Dalgoon, you're threatening other people, do you think they're going to come to some settlement with you? By the way, that doesn't
It's
even
just it's just an idiot.
really work
You
in
just said
Korean
nothing.
court.
Yeah.
Even if they were to say,
The
oh yeah,
prosecutor is like top 10 prosecutors in all Korea and a woman.
Uh-oh, it's over.
we agree.
He's
they,
so dumb.
They've still, the prosecutor could still
He's
bring
so
it.
dumb.
I mean, the
He's
issue with
cooked.
Johnny is most of what he says is hot air. Unfortunately for him, the judge and prosecutor might not know that because he's made a bunch of threats and he's said a lot of
Yeah.
stupid stuff. So it's safe to say this backfires tremendously on this guy. Because let's be real.
He needs
all
to
he had
claim
do after
crazy.
he got caught,
He needs to claim that he's psychotic and addicted to alcohol.
even
shut
after
the
making
fuck
all
up.
the mistakes in Japan
Just-
and all the mistakes in
Yeah,
Israel.
just shut up and they would have deported you. All you needed to do was shut up and not cause any more problems, and they would have said, just get the fuck out of here and don't come back. That's all he had
Right.
to do. And he wasn't able to do that, and now he's going to jail.
And
Yeah,
I guess
he
all the
had his
mistakes in Korea,
shot.
Once they charged him formally, all he had to do was shut up, apologize, be respectful, and he probably
Yep.
would have gotten left off with somewhat of a slap on the wrist. Instead,
yeah,
he does
they
the
would've
polar
deported him.
opposite. He disrespects the judge, the prosecutor,
Yep.
the victims, the people covering.
Wasn't he trying to show up to the court case in the KKK outfit? But then for some reason, I think he couldn't find one, so he had to just show up with like a random, like some bullshit on.
It and
Yeah,
the
no, he
Korean
was
citizens.
drunk, too.
That's not going to give you any leniency with a judge. I mean, the dude is just playing the worst cards possible as a social experiment to see how the Korean justice system will handle that. But for every day that passes, it seems like the penalty is going to be harsher and harsher. Then to make things worse for himself, apparently, he lost a lawyer.
Just today, we had the public defender step down.
Oh,
now that is
no.
likely
The
they were actually
public
removed from the
defender
case.
stepped down.
That means they weren't the ones who petitioned it. It was the court that did it, probably because he
Oh.
no longer qualifies for a public defender. When you have a private attorney, that typically disqualifies you from having a public defender. So
I didn't
it
know that.
appears that he was disqualified from that.
So now, the
Wow.
case will be
So
even
wait.
more expensive for
So wait. He disqualified himself from his own attorney.
Johnny, or Hank, depending on who's footing the bill here. And Legal Mindset also issued a correction here saying the attorney has actually been to court 5 times in the last 20 years, or at least
Oh.
5 times. But apparently he's lost all 5 of those cases. So Johnny's
Hey, guys.
Shit. He's bound
you
to
got
win.
that bad luck protection building up. Right? You ever played Genshin? You ever played Wuthering Waves?
You ever play the
Honkai Star Rail,
Gamba?
Bro, he's building up that bad luck protection. He's
Yeah,
gonna
the
get
next
it this
one's
time
it.
For sure.
This
He's
is
got
it.
that pity timer coming up.
hired a guy who's gone 0 for 5
This
over
is
the
gonna
last
be it,
20
guys.
years. And he's still acting up during his trial. I mean, by the way, Johnny is acting, you would have thought, hey, he hired some big league attorney with this big boy crypto money he has. But the reality is different. And as I stated previously,
What a
he's now
surprise.
admitting that it's not worth it anymore. He's banned on Kick. That was the platform he could actually make decent money on.
Yep.
And they're most definitely not going to take him back. And we
Why would
learned that
they?
from Ice Poseidon.
In the long run, do you think that is worth it?
At this point, no.
Was
So now, Johnny is permanently banned on Kick. He's also permanently banned from Patreon, apparently. and Airbnb.
Really? What?
You know what?
What do you do at an
I know
Airbnb?
exactly why he was banned from Airbnb.
What?
How many of
Destroy
you guys know
the place.
exactly why he was banned?
Got fucking drunk. Was it spaghetti?
Why? Probably like 15 different reasons.
Permanently banned from Patreon. Permanently banned from Airbnb. I don't even know how. Somebody sent some kind of article to Airbnb. They permanently banned Airbnb.
So it's hard for him to make a living streaming. It's harder for him to collect donations.
He doesn't know where to live.
And it's hard for him to live somewhat cheap because Airbnb is a good way to live cheap when you're long-term staying abroad. So his options here are Hank's Place or expensive hotels. That's tough.
Geez.
But that was the quick Johnny Smalley update. I will return home soon, so I'm not recording the next video in the West End Business Center here in Boston. And I'll be back in my studio with my microphone that everyone says looks kind of sus. But hey, it's a whole lot better than the phone.
How can someone be this stupid genuinely? I think that a big reason for it is the alcohol. I think that's actually
That's
really
what
what's
I
going
think.
on. Because like you can see that when he's not drunk, he has like maybe I would say like I don't know, like maybe this is a bit high. I'd say he has like a 75 to 80 IQ, right? Which is, I mean, that's pretty good. But like once he becomes drunk, like that goes down into like the 30s or, I mean, I think sometimes even the 20s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean,
that's
this
what
is
I'm
like a guy
thinking.
that, like, you know,
Instantly
he's
turns
got
into a
like
retard once he
he's
drinks.
like trying to shoot himself in the foot with a rocket launcher, right?
Hopefully, the phone makes do for now. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe. YouTube thinks you'll enjoy this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
Wow. Well, I mean, I'm really not surprised. I'm not. And I think that there are probably so many people are so happy about this happening because this guy has been a piece of shit parasite for years. Years he's been causing problems. And it's been over a year. And finally, people are tired of it. Finally, people are done with it. I'm going to link you guys the video. It's an Atozy video. Give it a like. He's been covering Johnny Somali now for months. I think the chances of Johnny Somali sitting in a Korean jail right now, the chances are so insanely fucking high. It is crazy. Yeah,
It's 100% chance he's gonna be in jail. What do you mean?
It's gonna be at least 5 years, I think. I'll be right back.
I'd say at least 5 years. What's he gonna do, man? I mean, at least 5 years. That'll set him straight. He had every fucking chance. Alright. Let's see when Doom releases. Three hours. Here's the counter. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Games. Doom has an update? Let's go. Get that out the way. Let's get it. Right. Oh, I'm invisible. Let's go. I think I forgot to do something. Or did I? No, I didn't. Alright. Shut up quick. Out of the way. Alright. Like we're good to go, boy. Yeah. I gotta do some enchantments now. Oh, I gotta find the best drip then. I didn't know I got all this fucking new drip. Oh. That's a shield? The helmet. I mean, so I can't even. Okay, here it is. Turn for a second. Let's see. Yeah. Fuck is it? I'm not understanding. Maybe I'm missing it. Hold on, one more go through. Should be at the top. You do it to a ring? Actually, I don't need what I was gonna make myself completely invisible, but I guess it's not worth it. I used to love doing that as a kid. I got the invisibility. Yeah, got the invisibility spell. Save the gold armor. How about that? Enchant. All of this. Yeesh. Alright. All these fucking petties. I can only do one. Silence on self. Silent. Oh, I fucked up. There's the boots to go with it. Hold on. Oh shit. Okay. Mithril boots. That is, I'll use that up. No, I'll save that. Actually, no, I'll use it up in case I get a new one. Let me look at this. Look this up. What does detect life do? Oblivion. Well, that's actually good. Detect life. Alright, I'm gonna put reflect on this. Big reflect. Funny. Any gold? $40K? What in the fuck? Can't be right. How am I supposed to get that kind of money? Doesn't even make sense. This game's expensive. All right, we got one more adjustment. Alright, this should rebalance the gold. The game. Reason I'm not actually getting enough gold here. Let's rebalance it. My other one said it was out of date, so got that one too. That's about all I can even do, so I mean, nothing crazy, that's for sure. What's that? What are we looking for? Alright, I gotta pee. I'm ready. I ran so fucking long today. My leg, the fronts of my calves are burning when I get up. Will you run into me, girl? Hey. Yeah. Make me do that. Did I do damage to you without getting in trouble? Let's play this out. How long can you take the pen? Yo! Yo!
What do we have here? Caught in the act and no gold to pay your fine. I'm confiscating your stolen goods. Now it's off to jail with you. Then pay with your blood.
Yo, I killed my own minion. Alright, this sword is actually good enough. I was gonna make another one. But I have to make one without the AoE just in case I have a mission where I can't allow that. Obviously. But I had to do it for science. What the fuck? So when she dies, I get busted for it, but I don't get busted for attacking. It doesn't make any sense. It's all AoE. I didn't do it. I swear. Yeah, I get this. I got it. Repel. No area. No area. This is the non-area one. What? I get 99 plus? You're gonna be cooked when you verse me. Who's crafting? Spells to breathe, walk on water. Alchemy? Okay, okay. None of that matters. I'm not gonna do that. Creature. Next level. Okay, have his bitch ass for like a good minute. I can almost do a minute. What's a minute look like? Minute 60 seconds, you idiot. Thought I was on a metric system. Say a fucking word. Yeah, we grab fire, light. The Commander. If you don't watch the fuck out, it might take your soul.
There's a psychopath on the loose.
That's a perfectly balanced blade. was supposed to kill that guy? What? Like, was that good? Let's go find out. I saved it before I killed him. Yo, I fucked around. Let's find out. Oh, and I was naked, so... Oh, I don't have enough money to do the rest of my armor. Oh, did I not switch? I didn't switch weapons. I didn't put it on the commander. Makes more sense. I was wondering why I wasn't leeching life, but he could have been doing higher hits. What? Was I holding control? It's been a habit. Alright, something must have glitched. Go. I gotta see what happens next. I did a random quest.
I've come from speaking. Yes? What news are you bringing me?
Your guy's dead.
Reynald Germain? No, don't know anyone by that name. There's a Gilbert Germain in town, however. Maybe he can help you. He's staying over at the Newlands Lodge, but you might find him walking around town. Good luck. We finally got him. There'll be no excuses this time. Ulrich is mine.
I think I'm gonna test out this fucking sword. Fuck. Hard to say. Fuck's this guy at? This wall?
Yes? What news are you bringing me? renowned, Jermaine? He's still... I don't... We finally got him. There'll be no excuses this time. Ulrich is mine. Yes? What news are you bringing me? What are you looking for? I don't like you, and don't want to talk. We finally got him. Ha!
Can't you settle this peace? Can't you settle
Pay with your blood.
Settle this peacefully?
Paid the fine.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic!
Am I supposed to be impressed?
Someone's been murdered! Fall before me, Breton!
Oh, I'm stacking. I'm stacking.
Die!
I am Andal Indaris, Count Cheydinhal. There is no more generous or just ruler in Cyrodiil. Go bother someone else. Hey, come on!
Stay down for a little bit. It's a very formidable weapon.
Put that back! You worthless thief! What's going on? Somebody help! What's going on? What's going on?
Forget about it. Nothing you can do. That felt good. Try talking to the guy first.
I don't know you, and I don't... Get out of my way before I have you slapped in irons.
Yo!
Get out of my way before I have you slapped in irons. Get out of my way before I have you slapped in irons. By the gods, there's a psychopath on the loose.
Okay, so silence will cause them to be spellless.
Die, damn you!
I'm silent. No way to remove an enchantment. So the boots with silent are fried.
I don't have time for
Try this again.
Yes? What news are you bringing me? Renowned Jermaine? No, don't know anyone by that name. There's a Gilbert Jermaine in town, however. Maybe he can help you. He's staying over at the Newlands Lodge, but you might find him walking around town. Good luck. I don't like you, and we finally got him. There'll be no excuses this time. Ulrich is mine.
What?
Yes? What news are you bringing me? We finally got him. There'll be no excuses this time. Ulrich is mine.
I am Andal in... the head of the Elder Council. Reynold Jimmy, he's staying... Stop talking. Enough.
Yes? What news are you bringing me? What? Handsomely done. A pleasure doing business with you. I don't like... I'm listening.
I only have $300. That was a waste. Should I pay?
Not now. That's no. Well done.
P3, I just dumped mad money.
No more. What a great story. You think that's not now, not later, not ever. Don't try to manipulate. Yes, I wish I. Sorry, I don't get it. Don't waste your flattery on me. Remarkable. You think that's whatever you want? Remarkable. Sorry, I don't get it. Yes? What nonsense. Not now, not later, not ever. That's just not fun. Really, I accept. I have no choice.
Right.
Sorry, I don't talk. Whatever you really. Interesting. That works for me. I don't like you. Renowned, Jimmy? He's staying over. What are you looking for? We finally got him. There'll be no excuses this time. I'll ring his mind. Oh!
Welcome. Not really worried, honestly. Does kind of brick that quest for the whole playthrough, probably. Could just reload it, not kill him, move on with my day. Back to whatever I was fucking doing.
Well met, well met. What's new with you? I heard people saying they ran into goblins around here not long ago. I can't stand those things.
Ever spend a night?
Well met, evil bounce.
Why is he posing like that? There you go. You're natural, my friend. What I'm doing, but I'm doing it.
This is an unwelcome surprise.
What?
What? I see no reason to talk to you.
Why is everybody so pissy? Whatever. Oh, so I made 2 invisibility instead of my black? Really? Change that. For the better.
What do you
Are
want,
there-
bread and trash?
Oh, this is auto run. That's what I was doing. I didn't realize Q's auto run.
Do you need something?
One more coin and I can... Blessings of Julianos upon ye.
Ah, yes. A guild brother in search of a fence.
Yup. Brother. Alright.
Oh, why must I be...
Only one? Alright, I gotta solve this bullshit. I don't know what I was thinking.
Oh, why must I be such a soft touch?
Hey, you're not getting any
Oh, why must I be
glazing
such a...
here.
Oh, why must I... You got a great deal. Oh, why must...
Did I say I got a great
fair
dick? But,
Oh, why must... An excellent bargain. Oh, why must I be such a soft touch? Oh, why must...
all that gay talk. I've been feeling a type of way. I mean, I don't need that.
Oh, why must I be such a soft... Oh, why must I be...
Logs, spa, course, linen.
That's a good deal.
That's a
Oh,
good
why must I
deal.
be such a soft touch?
We're at the Dwarven Bow Night.
Oh, why must I be... You got a great deal there.
That's a fair deal.
Oh, why must... You got a great deal there. Oh, why must I... You got a great deal. Oh, why must I be such a soft... Oh, why must I... Oh, why must I be such a soft touch? That's a good deal.
We gotta say
That's
some
a
gay
good deal.
shit.
Oh, I'm...
Am I sound some?
You've made a good bit.
Oh, I'm such a soft.
Oh, why must I be such...
Oh, you're such a cheese.
Oh, why must I be such a soft touch? Oh, why must I...
This is the green. I've seen that before.
That's more than I... Oh, why must I... An
Take
excellent
what
bargain.
you get.
Oh, why must I be such a soft touch? Oh, why must I... Oh, why must I be... Oh, why must I be such a... Oh, why must I... You drive a hard bargain. Oh, why must I be such a soft touch? That's a fair deal. That's more than I'd use. Oh, why must I be such a soft touch? You make a good price. That's more than I'd usually pay.
Don't lie to me.
Oh, why must I be such a soft? Oh, why must I be such a soft? That seems a fair price. That's a fair deal. Oh, why must I be such a soft touch? That's a fair deal. Oh, why must I be such a soft touch?
That's everything, and back to 1,000, boy.
Don't forget, only I can fence the most difficult items. Shadow hide you.
That is my guy. I'm just on the wrong quest. Huh. Okay. Five, 5. What else we got going on? What? Game crash?
Yeah, and then XAI is just trying to solve general purpose artificial intelligence. The goal with XAI is to have a maximally truth-seeking AI. And it's important to be a maximally truth-seeking AI in order to understand the universe. So the goal of XAI is understand the universe. To
And what?
What is out there? Where's the universe going? Where did it come from? What questions? In fact, I think maybe the biggest thing is, what questions do we not know to ask? Like, once you know the question, the answer is usually the easy part. So the goal of XAI is to help understand the universe, and yeah, that's the goal.
Yeah, that's it.
And help people answer any questions along the way, of course. But I mean, that's my philosophy. My philosophy is one of curiosity.
I don't think he really has.
Just trying to understand.
I don't think you can tell us his real
So
intentions.
I know you had a long day, but we also have the Honorable President and His Royal Highness Musaidi hitting the stage soon. So this is a historic day, a partnership about
English
how
is
we
good.
could join hands together, as we have joined hands in the past 92 years on building a factor-based economy to help the world
You got
absorb
really good
20%
English.
of the energy mix, which is very critical today to the AI intelligence age, the digital age, and how we have reformed, and with the intelligent age. And we could not be more appreciative of having a lifetime partner and a friend like you, Elon, to the kingdom.
Thank you.
Joining hands on XAI, Starlink, and robotics and Tesla. Thank you so much on behalf of the whole
Thank you.
kingdom, and we look forward to continue
Thank
the
you.
partnership. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
All right.
Now, I'm sure we can do a better welcome than that to Elon Musk in Saudi Arabia. There you
Thank
go. That's the spirit.
Thank you.
Elon, my dear friend, we're honored to have President Trump. We're honored under the sponsorship and guidance of His Royal Highness to celebrate a U.S.-Saudi and a Saudi-U.S. relationship that is 92 years old, about how we move from an oil-based economy to an innovation-based economy powered by wonderful technologies that definitely you're one of the pioneers in this industry. We just showed to His Royal Highness some of your Optimus robots.
Yeah.
And to President Trump.
Yeah.
Let's
Optimus?
talk about that. Tell me about them.
Don't you mean autonomous?
Yes, so we just
Not
showed
Optimus Prime.
several of our Tesla Optimus robots to His
Or
Highness
is
and
Optimus,
President Trump.
really?
And I think they were very impressed. In fact, one of our robots did the Trump dance, which I think was pretty cool.
The YMCA,
Yeah, to YMCA. So
I
yeah,
gotta
our robots
pull
can
that up.
dance. They can walk around. They can interact.
Jamie, pull it up.
I think we're headed to a radically different world. I think a good world, an interesting world. My prediction actually for humanoid robots is that ultimately there will be tens of billions. I think everyone will want to have their personal robot. You can think of it like as though you had your own personal C-3PO or R2-D2, but even better. Then who wouldn't want to have their own personal C-3PO or R2-D2? That would be pretty great. I also think it unlocks an immense amount of economic potential, because
real wobbly when it starts
what is
doing
the output
that,
of an
though.
economy. It is productivity per capita times population or capita. Once you have humanoid robots, the actual economic output potential is tremendous. It's really unlimited.
Can't find the Trump dance.
Potentially, we could have
They did it
an
live.
economy 10 times the size of the current global economy, where no one wants for anything. Sometimes in AI they talk about universal basic income. I think it's actually going to be universal high income, where anyone can have any goods or services that they want. A science fiction book recommendation that I have, which I think is probably the best envisioning of an AI future, is the culture books by Ian Banks. Very highly recommended for a non-dystopian view of the future. Now, there obviously are some risks, which illustrate perhaps if we don't do this right, you could have like a James Cameron sort of movie, Terminator. We don't want that one. But having sort of a Star Trek future would be great, where we're out there exploring the stars, discovering the nature of the universe, and a level of prosperity and hopefully happiness that we can't quite imagine yet. So I'm very excited about the future, and very glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
It's our absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
And His Royal Highness was talking to you about his vision and his dream to increase productivity for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and power up the region and the whole world with robotics, but also on robo-taxis. So how are we doing on robo-taxis?
Yeah, so really you can think of a car or future cars as being robots on 4 wheels. And, I think it would be very exciting to have autonomous vehicles here in the kingdom.
Indeed.
If you're amenable.
You heard it here from Elon. He's bringing his robo-taxi to the kingdom.
Yeah.
The
He has another
kingdom.
announcement that he's going to share later.
Exactly. So, and I'd also like to thank the kingdom for approving Starlink for maritime and aviation use. Thank you.
Maritime and aviation. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
So you're going to bring us robots to help us increase our productivity.
Yeah.
Robo-taxis to make sure that our cars and assets turn into a cash-generating unit.
Yeah.
And Starlink to reform our aviation and maritime.
Yeah.
Talk about XAI.
Dang.
Absolutely. But I should want to mention also something that may be worth considering is tunnels.
Tunnels. The Boring Company.
I have this company called The Boring Company, which sounds kind of boring, but it literally bores tunnels. And actually, tunnels, in order to solve traffic, you really need to go 3D with roads. And by using tunnels, you can essentially create like a wormhole, like a warp tunnel from one part of a city to another and alleviate traffic. And we've actually already done this proof of concept in Vegas. So there are working tunnels in Las Vegas that you can use where that'll just, it feels like teleporting from one part of Vegas to another. So I always say that, my joke is like tunnels are underappreciated. It's a bit of a, not always a hit, but. Yeah, and then XAI is just trying to solve general purpose artificial intelligence. The goal with XAI is to have a maximally truth-seeking AI. And it's important to be maximally truth-seeking AI in order to understand the universe. Mm-hmm. So
because if it's spitting
goal
up
of
bullshit,
XAI is understand the universe.
It's gonna be
to understand, what is out there. Where's the universe going? Where did it come from? What questions? In fact, I think maybe the biggest thing is
that more than important?
What questions do we not know to ask? Once you know the question, the answer is usually the easy part. So the goal of XAI is to help understand the universe, and
you're just repeating
that's
yourself.
the goal.
Said that same
help
exact
people
thing last
answer
time.
any questions along the way, of course, but.
That's all it can do?
I mean, that's my philosophy. My philosophy is one of curiosity, just trying to understand the nature of reality.
Guys breaking down.
So I know you had a long day, but we also have the Honorable President and His Royal Highness Saidi hitting the stage soon. Yes. So this is a historic day, a partnership about how we could join hands together, as we have joined hands in the past 92 years, on building a factor-based economy to help the world and power up 20% of the energy mix, which is very critical today to the AI intelligence.
Something a little more entertaining.
We've had a lot of Chinese games that have been coming out. They've been really cool.
Yeah,
and now
I agree.
It seems like India is joining the hype.
No.
And this might be the first AAA big game from India. I don't know what's going to happen with this. I have no idea. But we're going to find out. We're going to watch it right now.
It has its own customer service.
Remember, if this trailer isn't good, the guy in chat is getting permabanned.
You better hope it's good, bro.
The land of ancient India.
Oh, it's
A blessed
about
land
India.
Of noble heroes and glittering cities.
I don't think he's getting banned.
This actually looks good.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting banned.
Had him sweating at first.
Where heroes rule, villains will attack.
Fuck, I should have never did
Where
it.
wealth is plentiful, plunderers will pillage.
Oh.
The time has come to fight these invaders. The time has come to fight these monsters.
What?
All right. See, this is, guys, this is exactly
Creepy ass chick. Let's go.
Exactly. This is what we want. Great.
Right? People don't look censored.
The time has come to fight the demons. The time has come to fight those who oppress the forest tribes. The time has come
Black Myth
to
India.
declare war. It's time for you to join the army of heroes.
Yes, it's literally Black Myth India. All right.
Hold on. The gameplay looks a little.
If this is pre-alpha, it could get a lot better.
Gameplay looks real stiff.
Yeah, I think some of the gameplay and combat kind of sucks, but the cinematics are really good, and they can make this better. Yeah, they can fix this.
Stand with your people.
Go up.
Play the age of Bharat.
This looks like PS2 though.
Punish the wicked.
The reskin. Multiplayer Indian Wukong.
Bharat Mata ki jai.
What? So, okay. You're not getting banned. Number one, you're not getting banned. That was cool. Number two, gameplay did not look great. That being said, if it's pre-alpha, there is a probability that it could improve. The reason why I have high expectations is that these cinematics are fucking insane. The cinematics, the visual quality is really, really fucking good. If you
Yeah, they got
nail
good bones. They just got to fix it up.
I think you can figure out how to make a sword swing in the right way, right? Show the woman? Yeah, where's the chick? Yeah, give me a minute. Yeah, that's the important part. And, yeah, there, let me see. Where the fuck did it go? And, anyway, so yes, exactly. And so you can absolutely get this to work. And, yeah, I think so. Check the comments. Dear devs, it's all about gameplay, not the graphics. They can fix it. They can do it. You have the theme, the story, the visuals, the voice acting. The only thing left now is the gameplay. Bro, see, this is it. I hope they make the game more than just Wukong, but in India. If they make the game and it is only Wukong, but in India, I will buy the game. I will buy the game. I'll play the whole thing. Like, listen, if you could just make a new Wukong game every year, I'm going to be happy. That game was insane. I put like 150 hours into it. So yes, take my money. Exactly. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take that. And it'll be a 10 out of 10 for Asmon. Exactly. And yeah, you should comment on it. I don't know. Fix the combat. You have potential. The end game animations are so stiff, though. This is actually so good. And you know what I'm so happy to see? Is that everybody in the comments is so positive about this, and they're actually constructively critical. They're not making a joke about, like, you know, some fucking India, you know, meme or whatever. They're actually super fucking positive. I think people, and do you want to know why? It's because we are tired of Veil Guards. We are sick of Assassin's Creed Shadows. We say, okay, all right, you've got a really cool looking guy. This is basically peak Jason Momoa with this massive fucking dude, this hot girl. Okay, you've got something. We can work with this. We can do this. So let's just go ahead and fix the gameplay and everybody's gonna be happy. You can redeem this. And so, yeah, I think so. Slumdog Billionaire. Yeah, there you go. I wonder what the cost is. Art team is carrying. Yeah, this looks badass. I just really hope they get the gameplay down. And I think that they can. Now, I used to actually have the opposite viewpoint that I thought gameplay could never be improved, but you know who changed my mind about that, and what game changed my mind about that was Lords of the Fallen. So Lords of the Fallen's gameplay on release was literal shit. It was awful. I hated it. And then the 2.0 update came out, and it was 1,000 times better, and I played through the entire game. Cyberpunk's another great example, but I didn't have the opportunity of playing that on release, so I can only talk secondhand about that. But this is really, really fucking cool, man. Yeah, it took them a whole year. Yeah, I guess so. And let's see if I can find the rest of these. Deal just started development on Black Myth Persia. If they did this, is this another Wukong killer boosted to IGN to 92% for Game of the Year, then taken down by the same company? I don't know, man. I guess we're gonna have to wait and find out. It's early gameplay. I think they can fix it. Yeah. And I think people are just like, now our hope is India, China, and Japan to make good video games, right? And also some places like Poland and places in Europe, they can still make video games. But in America can't make video games anymore. It's just, it's not possible.
Yeah, we're cooked.
Yeah, France? Oh, well, that's, is France in Europe? Oh, God. I could make a really bad joke there, but I guess I won't. And anyway,
Nice. And this game, why is this game so here? I boarded you long ago. Quick checker, Rownie. We're looking at on time. We got an hour and 46 minutes. We can hop in. That's gonna be at 8 o'clock. We'll have this up and running. Here we go. Now we're gaming. I look like a goofball still. That's right. Get it. You know what I should pull up?
This is going to be your guide to running Fire Staff and Void Gauntlet in New World.
Oh, that's what I'm running.
Why are we
Okay.
running both these together? They are intelligence scaling weapons, so you max out intelligence and you get all kinds of cool stuff. Ability damage, execution damage, 30% DOT, and then we also can find elemental damage, mana on crit. It's just really nice. So my gear is a little scuffed right now. You do want to find 25 in strength. That way you get the light attack damage. We're primarily using the Void Gauntlet, so going Void Blade, yeah, you just want that free damage. We got too much in dexterity. We're playing melee, so while there's going to be points like after a hit or during a hit, we're getting like leeching effects, and then we maybe go back to full. It's not a ton of uptime, but we do like the 5% critical hit chance. I like splashing into focus because incoming healing, that actually stacks with lifesteal. So if you're getting any kind of healing effects, having the 10 in focus is good. Cooldown reduction, also nice. And then I prefer to find the 200 constitution when I can for the increase to physical and elemental armor. But generally the health doesn't really matter that much. I put the extra points I have into more intelligence, even though there's like a soft cap. Damage is damage. Now what about the weapon skills? People might be thinking, wait a second, no flamethrower? If you're planning on using the Fire Staff as a primary weapon, I think flamethrower is what you need to all into because it just does crazy damage, crazy smolder synergy. But the idea here is that you throw down all your cooldowns. You go Pillar of Fire. If you have refreshing Pillar of Fire, you get to use it again. Like Pillar of Fire into Incinerate, maybe another Pillar of Fire, and then you lay down the Meteor Shower. Well, Meteor Shower is going to last for a couple of seconds, which means then you switch into your...
Alright, so let me see.
Void Gauntlet, and now you're getting Meteor Shower for a couple of seconds, which means then you switch into your Void Gauntlet, and now you're getting maybe another Pillar of Fire you get to use again, like Pillar of Fire into Incinerate, maybe another Pillar of Fire, and then you lay down the Meteor Shower. Well, Meteor Shower is going to last for a couple of seconds, which means then you switch into your Void Gauntlet, and now you're getting Meteor Shower damage as you're popping off.
Wait, you're going too fast, bro. Is this one fire? Debuff. Weaken. Oh shit, undebuffs me. Less important. I'd say this. 0 points.
Because it just does crazy damage, crazy smolder synergy. But the idea here is that you throw down all your cooldowns. You go Pillar of Fire. If you have refreshing Pillar of Fire, you get to use it again. Like Pillar of Fire into Incinerate, maybe another Pillar of Fire, and then you lay down the Meteor Shower. Well, Meteor Shower is going to last for a couple of seconds, which means then you switch into your Void Gauntlet, and now you're getting Meteor Shower damage as you're popping off on the Void Gauntlet, and it's going to be your primary because of Void Blade. So you go Oblivion, Void Blade, throughout the decay, whenever, you never run out of mana because of the intelligence specking, that at 200 you get 10 mana on critical hit. You're going to be critting a lot. Also, we have the Draining Orb, so you're just getting mana per enemy hit. And then you just sit in the Void Blade and you keep attacking, and if you have refreshing
Orb of
move or
Decay?
any weird...
What do you say does that do? Decay fires an unblockable quarterback. Targets armor for 8 seconds. That's actually pretty broken.
Cooldown stuff happening. You keep resetting Oblivion, and that's pretty much going to be it. Like, the weird thing about weapon specs in this game is if you build it right, you can just go primary into one weapon type and never switch to the other one. Because in theory, you want to have like maximum cooldown uptime where it's like, okay, I blow all my cooldowns, I go to my other weapon, blow all my cooldowns, go back to the primary. But there's Fire Staff builds where it's like, yeah, I can just stay in Fire Staff forever with the Flamethrower, and then Incinerate and Pillar of Fire just come up all the time, so I don't need to go into anything else. And it's the same thing on Void Gauntlet. We're just throwing out abilities, hitting everything, and then our abilities are never on cooldown, so whatever. But comboing this together means you just find a lot of damage. And that's where we kind of get into my gear being scuffed. We got a hat that has Dexterity and Intelligence. That's because I want the Enchanted Ward, I want the Empowering Incinerate. We're in the late stage of Legacy servers before the Aeternum launch, so getting gear is pretty difficult right now if you're trying to go for specific builds. I'm looking for Enchanted Ward, I'm looking for Fire Harnessing. I don't care about health or refreshing, so whatever we get, we get. And then Empowering Meteor Shower. I wanted to get this for a test, but you actually don't need it for this build because the Empower wears off once you switch out. So even though Empowering Meteor Shower is on my armor, which is always active, you actually lose the Empower even though Meteor Shower is still active. Empowering Breaker is good to have. We have some of the other perks that we're looking for. Free artifact pants that just give you +10 to all attributes and let you spec around and just give you bonus stats. That's pretty awesome. Fire Harnessing for our staff. And then we also have Blade on it and Strength, Constitution. The 15 points of Strength, like losing those points, I mean, I'd rather just have the fire damage and everything else on it, so it's looking pretty good. And then the Void Blade perk, heal for 34% damage of Void Blade while below 50%. I think it's impossible to die at that situation, so yeah, that's what we want. Fire Staff, Keen Vicious, and then whatever perk you want, since we're doing like tons of crits and tons of bonus damage. Because we're running Fire Staff, I was thinking, let's just go into Ruby. Even though it's primary Void Gauntlet, we already have Ignited Rune Glass from our other builds, and then we have Fire Harnessing, so we might as well just kind of keep that damage.
I instantly fell in love with the Void Gauntlet.
On your Void Blade is crazy, because every slash is just getting that bonus damage and extra stacking burn. Mortal Power on the Gauntlet is really good because if you switch off your weapon, you lose the Mortal Power. But if we're just primary Void Gauntlet after we kind of open up with Fire Staff abilities, then we're fine. Enchanted, just incredible if you're Void Gauntlet. Blessed, I mean, it's more healing. We don't need it, but this is a pretty strong and fine Void Gauntlet. Now, in the other guides, a lot of my builds are enabled with the Blood Drinker, and it's not even that difficult of an artifact to get. And as long as you have like a leeching awareness ring, you
game's
can
amazing.
make it to the mutations and get your own Blood Drinker and then build whatever you want. But with this, I just kind of want to show, yeah, like leeching, void damage, Constitution ring, fine. We'll just go out there and win. We're going to have enough lifesteal with this build, and then we get even crazier with the Blood Drinker so we can test that stuff. We also have this amulet, which has screwed up everything even more with the strength attribute.
Wait, let me try and jump this.
You can't have this loadouts for every class and attribute in the game. That's just crazy. But yeah, you want Divine Health. You get that, you're good. Alchemist Reprieve is really good early on before like you get your Blood Drinker, before you get like crazy attribute stats and life-stealing effects and stuff. And then you just drink potions on cooldown and you can live through anything. But also you can get protection. Strike protection is going to be really good because you're taking a lot of strike damage in the Elysian Wilds. So whatever content you're doing, if you get protection from mostly that, yeah, then you can just kind of succeed with whatever. That's going to mess up our attributes. Is it worth being 100 strength? Probably not. As long as we have 135 here, we're good, and the 10% critical damage taken doesn't really matter. So yeah, it's ugly, but I think we'll be just fine. All right, so let's see what we accomplish with a pull, and if any of this looks cool. So I'm just going to grab a big group, and then we want to go Pillar of Fire, Incinerate, even though we don't want to like get immediately swarmed, and we don't want to like be in too bad of a position. But yeah, like Pillar of Fire, Incinerate, then we can get that Meteor Shower down, put down another one of these, switch to Void Blade, and then that's when we go into our Blade after we stop getting staggered. And now we get all of our healing, and then we put down Rupture, and then we do Orb. And even though it looked bad, and we kind of screwed that up, and it's a little trickier to play while doing commentary, not being locked in. We just dissolved everything. So normally, the people with the shields, they're still alive at the end of that. Not in this case, and not with a really bad scenario way of doing that. I should have just done like an unmoving dodge back out of that. I'm trying to think about the other fire staff benefits. Because this is at range, depending on like your group or PvE scenarios, you can just kind of do whatever. But it's mostly like, okay, we go in there, we make sure we get the swap, and then we need... Man, that swap is kind of rough with this build. Ow, 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 okay. Alright, that was kind of awkward, but now we can just kind of get in there and then... See, even without the Blood Drinker, we can get through these like kind of crazy pulls, and we actually don't even have to worry about life-stealing effects or cooldowns too much. Okay, so the pulls on this one are a little tricky because I'm trying to optimize DPS. Like, well, if this is casting, then you want to be doing other things in your Void Gauntlet using those cooldowns while the damage is going off, but it leaves you really vulnerable. So, like, ideally, it's like, oh, I want to go Pillar of Fire, Incinerate, Meteor, and then back into Pillar of Fire. But that kind of takes too long, and then you get swamped. If you're doing smaller pulls and not getting staggered or playing from range, it kind of works. But then I think it's, like, a lot safer to go Pillar, cast your Meteor Shower, and then do Incinerate, because that's grit on startup. And then you can buffer your swap, make sure your Void Gauntlet's out, and then you're, like, completely safe. Actually, no. Let's see the multiplayer scenario. How much do we help out if we're just out here doing this crazy thing for people? See, you're great on that utility. All right, let's do a really weird pull where we grab all of this stuff and then we run up to the top. We just got some other dude running around here, so I mean, yeah, it is what it is. All right, so you can go that, and we go up here, get some people on us, and then we'll cast. We have, see, you just take so much damage while casting the meteor, but now we're good here, and then we can get all of our stuff and go for the finishers, and it's just fine. And we can just fight inside of the Oblivion, and then we can throw out all of our stuff, and we can keep everything going, and it just works. So it works, but it just feels weird because the reasons I mentioned earlier, like this game, because some of the cooldowns interactions get like so short, you can just primary something, or the other ways the weapon works, you don't need a second weapon class. So like you drop all of your abilities and you do crazy fire staff damage, but you're also just completely independent on the Void Blade as well. Now we can bring in the Blood Ring and see how much it changes stuff. We just got a level for our Void Gauntlet, so I grabbed the 10% empower stacking while within enemies. That seems kind of strong. And then we can just maybe change up our fire staff, because again, like we have the meteor shower, so like, oh, if I just drop everything and then switch off, that's going to be good. But I don't like this, because as you see, like if we're casting and people are on us, I gave meteor shower a try, but we don't get that health back. And the thing is, with flamethrower, it still gives you the same effect as the meteor shower because of all these smolder stacks you get from it and just the damage that flamethrower puts out. So let's see how that changes things. It's pretty much now we're just playing like our fire staff. We're like, all right, we do that. We can flamethrower for big.
Yeah, I like being able to have both.
We just cast other things, and then we flamethrower, and at some point we just switch into Void Blade, and now everything is carved up, and they have some burn, and I guess that's cool. And now we can just see all the big numbers. So actually the DPS goes crazy, and with Life Drinker you never fall below half. And in case you do somehow, then you get bailed out by your Void Blade perk. I'm sorry, Meteor Shower bros, I gave you your chance, but that cast time is just too long. Like, the DPS you get from Meteor Shower is not worth the 1.5 second channel. It just be like that, I guess. Which means now we're going back into our OG Fire Staff combo, where we go Pillar of Fire, Flamethrower, and then we drop the Incinerate, and everything is cool. So, still can get overwhelmed, still gets a little crazy. You don't want to put yourself in, like, a deliberately bad situation, but then you do that, and then you swap, and then once you get that down, you're good, Void Blade's out, and now everything just gets completely dissolved. And wow, look at that, our Oblivion is up again. Our orb is up again because of crits and cooldowns and stuff. We just always have Void Blade. Neat. Yeah. So there we go. If you want to get something interesting out of an end pill, yeah, and if you have like a good fire staff or fire stuff, then you can do that as well, and I guess it's kind of cool. And this does give you range support. Like, if you want to kind of go hybrid, and with the Void Gauntlet, maybe you go Blessed, and maybe you do Orb, range, and then maybe something happens. I don't know. Game's kind of free. But yeah, like, look at that. That's mostly solo, and we even have a fire gem, so we're not like all void spec for this one. And we can just kind of destroy things, and maybe you swap and throw out a flamethrower. But now everything gets melted, and they have a million debuffs, and it's GG. So I hope you guys enjoy the video. Hope you all have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching.
Basically, the void is the second to the flame staff is actually the best. Then void got one second. You need to have it set up really, you can't beat that. That. So I leveled up past the point of free respec. Doable. Reduces the incoming healing by 10%. Can't heal. Good. How long does it last? Well, maybe it's past 10. Definitely believe it's past level 10. Even shows the plant location on the map, bro. Blight. I need to be in this building. There it is. And fuck that. That's actually really powerful. Never mind. Super powerful. the goodies. Should stop and fish. That's what I actually need to do. Get them 8 fish. That is super fast cast time, though. I can't argue that. Gonna confuse the fuck out of me, but. Maybe it'll make it easier. It is. I gotta switch again. That should make it. Oh. Okay, return to town. Like a fucking badass. Come on.
You look a bit worse for wear. I do apologize for sending you in blind. I had no luck finding any records of either Perseus or Lupus, aside from some useless myths about celestial wolves.
Damn, I'm looking at a fucking dilemma right now. Hold on. Might get a new phone. Got a crazy deal on one. I'll put something on real quick. I gotta look at this really quick.
Like, it was like CNN. And I really liked what he was saying, and so apparently he did a TED Talk. And it's been linked to me a lot.
NYU, and I appreciate your time. I have 44 slides in 720 seconds. Let's light this candle. Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, I'm actually a global television store. True story. I've had 4 TV series in the last 3 years. 2 of them have been canceled before they were launched, and 2 were canceled within 6 weeks. Let's recap. If we want to juice this thing, if we want to put a cattle prod up the ass of the economy.
Damn.
Bloomberg, the most trusted name in financial news. Not for long.
I'm going to do whatever I can.
That guy's in shape, man. That's impressive.
For this country.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Jeez, come on, dude. You're 0 for 2. Are you stuck?
He's jacked, yeah.
Face for podcasting. So, first insight of the day. I'd like to be the first person to welcome you to the last test. Okay. By the way, it's clear, what's it called? What are we here for? The Brave and the Brilliant. It's clear that Chris is a frustrated soap opera producer. Essentially what we have here is a telenovela where after a night of unbridled passion between Bill Gates and Malcolm Gladwell, they give birth to their bastard love child, Simon Sinek. Fuck. Okay. I start us with a question. Do we love our children?
No.
Sounds like an illegitimate question, right? Well, I'm going to try and convince you otherwise.
Yeah.
Essentially, as we go down generations, we're seeing that for the last 2 generations, people are making less money on an inflation-adjusted basis. In addition,
The 14-17-42? That's real bad. That's crazy.
the cost of buying a home, the cost of pursuing education continues to skyrocket. So the purchasing power, the prosperity is inversely correlated to age. Simply put, as we get younger, we're taking away opportunity and prosperity from our youngest. The social contract that is now no longer in place.
Yeah, this is why kids hate capitalism, by the way. It's like if you're growing up and you're like 19 and the only way that you can go and, go to college is if you take out a fucking blood pact, a Faustian pact with the debt devil for $60,000 so you can finally, after 4 years, get a job working at Starbucks. Yeah, man, like maybe communism isn't so bad. I mean, really, if you look at it from their perspective, it makes a lot of sense.
First time in the U.S.'s history, a 30-year-old is no longer doing as well as what his or her parents were at 30. This is a breakdown in the fundamental agreement we have with any society, and it creates rage and shame. As a result, people over the age of 55 feel pretty good about America, but less than 1 in 5 people under the age of 34 feel very good about America.
Parents in the U.S. adults are extremely proud to be American. Well, I'm part of that 18%. I think America is the greatest country ever. I'm very proud to be part of this country, even though I think there's a lot of things that are wrong with it.
This creates an incendiary. Righteous movements, cuts to our society end up becoming opportunistic infections because generally speaking, young people have a warranted envy, they're pissed off, and they're angry that they don't enjoy the same spoils and prosperity that were provided to our generation.
I think also with like social media, it like reminds younger people all the time that they're losers. It's like one thing if you're like 19 and you're barely making it, but every time you pull up social media, there's like a bunch of other people that are like your age that are like millionaires buying like a new house or something like that because they are playing Fortnite or it's like some OnlyFans girl or something like that. Again, let's go back to communism. Let's take away women's right to vote. Let's be a fucking incel. Like that's how it happens. It does. It happens.
A decent proxy for how much we value youth labor is minimum wage, and we've kept it purposely pretty low. If it had just kept pace with productivity, it'd be about $23 a share, but we've decided to purposely keep it low. Out of reach, median home price has skyrocketed relative to median household income.
Jesus.
As a result, pre-pandemic, the average mortgage payment was $1,100. It's now $2,300.
Look how it was in 1985. That's crazy. I wonder what it's going to be like in 2030. I'm sure it'll be better, right, guys? Yeah, it can't keep going like this forever.
Acceleration in interest rates and the fact that the average home has gone from $290,000 to $420,000. By the way, the most expensive homes.
I remember, what was so crazy is that in 2017, I remember going over to Mitch and Train's apartment, and I remember they were paying $3,000 for the apartment. And I was like, what the fuck? That is so much money. And just in less than 10 years, that's become normal. Where
in
they
the
live.
world, based on this metric, are number 3 Vancouver. Why? Because 60% of the cost of building a home goes to permits. Because guess what? The incumbents that own assets have weaponized government to make it very difficult for new entrants to ever get their own assets, thereby elevating their own net worth. This is the transfer I'm going to be speaking about. This has resulted in an enormous transfer of wealth, where people over the age of 70 used to control 19% of household income versus people under the age of 40 used to control 12. Their wealth has
Jesus,
been
that's
cut in
terrible.
half.
Holy fuck. That is... Wow. Boomers gotta go, man.
It isn't by accident, it's purposeful. This is me at UCLA in 1987. I know your first thought.
Man. I have pictures of myself with a lot of hair, too. That sucks.
Is I haven't changed a bit.
Yeah.
This is also Mia Silverio, who is the analyst that put together these slides. By the way, Mia is 26. I did the math. Just by virtue of her being in this audience, it brings the average age of the entire conference down 11 days. When I applied to UCLA...
Yeah, everybody here is fucking old as shit. Like, look at this. Like, yeah, look. Yeah. Bro, there's no way this dude is not subscribed to AARP. Come on.
The admissions rate was 76%.
Yeah.
Today it's 9%. I received a 2.23 GPA from UCLA. I learned nothing but how to make bombs out of household items and every line from Planet of the Apes. And the greatest public school in the world, Berkeley, decided to let me in with a 2.27 GPA.
Wow.
And that's what...
2.27. Damn. 2.2? I mean, I had it in high school. I was a 2.4.
Higher ed is about. Higher ed is about taking unremarkable kids and giving them a shot at being remarkable.
Yep.
And every year, it's gotten more expensive.
I mean, he probably was the same as me, maybe, where, like, I got, like, pretty much perfect scores on my standardized tests, but I just wouldn't do my work at school because I didn't care. Like, that's what happened for me.
Higher ed and homes, and the ability, not only is higher ed incredibly expensive, it's not accessible, because me and my colleagues are drunk on luxury, and I'll come back to that. We've embraced the ultimate strategy. Me and my colleagues in higher ed wake up every morning and ask ourselves the same question when we look in the
these are the things, guys, that people that shouldn't be spending money love to spend money on. Oh man, like if somebody has money problems, guaranteed they've got one of these. Yep.
Look in the mirror. How can I increase my compensation while reducing my accountability? And we have found the ultimate strategy. It's called an LVMH strategy, where we artificially constrain supply to create aspiration and scarcity, such that we can raise tuition faster than inflation. And old people and wealthy people have done the same thing with housing. All of a sudden, once you own a home, you become very concerned with traffic, and you make sure that there's no new housing permits. And here is a memo to my colleagues in higher ed. We're public servants, not fucking Chanel bags. Harvard.
He's right. He's fucking right.
Is the best example of this. They've increased their endowment in the last 40 years and have decided to expand their enrollment, their freshman class, by 4%.
Huh. So where's all that money go? That's a lot of money. Where'd the money go?
Any university
went to the football team, of course. Candy Crush, yeah.
Freshman class faster than population that has over $1 billion in endowment should lose their tax-free status because they're no longer in higher education. They're a hedge fund offering classes. My first recommendation, Biden should take some of that $750 billion earmark to bail out the 1/3 of people that got to go to college on the backs of the 2/3 that didn't, and give $1 billion to our 500 greatest public institutions, size adjusted, in exchange for three things. One, they use technology and scale to reduce tuition by 2% a year, expand enrollments by 6% a year, and increase the number of vocational certifications and non-traditional four-year degrees by 20%.
Oh, this is too good of an idea. This isn't going to happen. There's no way. There's no way they could do this. Yeah, there's no way.
Where does that get us?
Yeah.
In just 10 years, that doubles the freshman seats and cuts the cost in half. This isn't radical. This is called college in the 80s and 90s. Another transfer of wealth.
Yeah, I remember my mom said that like whenever she was going to classes, it was like less than $100 to go to a class. And this was like probably in like the 60s and like early 70s, I guess, because she was born in 50. So yeah, somewhere around there. Not anymore? Yeah, I know. I was paying $4K a class. How much is each class for you guys, and what school do you go to? Or did you go to? If this is in the last 5 years. Or what year was it? 0? Yeah, there you go. 20 to 30, California. In Canada, it's 4K a class, 1K euro, 12K a year. 3K per year, 1K per year, 3.5K per semester, 2K over 2K per class. Man. Oh God. That's a big number. Oh. Wow.
Look at what's happened to wages. Oh, they've gone up, not as much
Yeah.
as corporate profits.
Yep.
There's a healthy tension
That's
between
crazy. Look at that.
capital and labor. For the last 40 years, capital has been kicking the shit out of labor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you think, whoa, what about wages, right? They've gone up. Well, if you compare them to the S&P, they barely register. It's been an...
Oh my God. Look at that. Used to be... Bro, I thought he wasn't done. Wow. Invest in a stock market? Yeah, I guess so. No, I didn't even see it. Yeah, I thought he wasn't like, okay, so where's the other one? Yeah, I thought that was the axis. Exactly.
Amazing time to own assets, but your attempt to get the certification or the income such that you can acquire assets has gotten harder and harder. In my class of 300 kids, it's never been easier to be a billionaire. It's never been harder to be a millionaire. By the way, our job in higher ed isn't to identify a top 1% of people who are freakishly remarkable or have rich parents and turn them into a super class of billionaires. It's to give the bottom 90 a chance to be in the top 10. You know?
I think that's actually a really good point that he's making, is that if you can't have hope, then what's the point in trying? And I think that's why a lot of young people hate society and they want to have like a revolution and they're like, burn it all down, I hate everything. The reason why is because there's actually no hope. And like for a long time, and of course always the odds are stacked against you, and of course always there are people who rise above the current challenges and they're able to make a lot of money. Even this year, tons of people were able to make that American dream come true. However, it's a lot harder to do now in a lot of ways, and it's less common, and you need to be more exceptional. It's not like, you know, for example, you go and you think about a lot of like old TV shows, and like, I think if you go and you watch like a sitcom from like the 70s or the 80s, a lot of time like the dad in the sitcom is the only person in the sitcom that's making any money, and he just works at some random fucking place, and they've got a whole house, they're able to send the kids to college, they own 2 cars, and maybe they even have a boat. You know, yeah, Al Bundy, Homer Simpson, look at that. And so even in popular culture, this is known to be true. And nowadays, what kind of shows do we have now? Well, we have Breaking Bad. Oh, I don't know about that. I think that says a lot. Yeah, it's pretty problematic, isn't it? Peter Griffin, yeah, look at even that. Yeah, it's time to start cooking, guys. And
Let 'em cook.
I think that's what happens with a lot of young people, is that they basically feel like they can't, like there's no future. I know that whenever I was, let's say, 20, this is definitely the way that I felt. I felt like, oh, there's no way that you're going to be able to rise above this.
Mr. President.
Hi, thank you.
21 hours ago.
By the way, we're on a beautiful Air Force One. Not a bad plane.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. It's a beautiful plane, and we're doing a lot of business. We have a lot of good things happening.
Okay, so this is an amazing week so far. You get a deal with China. I'm just going to list it, and then we can get into detail. India and Pakistan played a big role. Hopefully, the peace stands. You slash prescription drug prices. Most favored nation, the American people will get first dibs in terms of prices. The last American hostage has been released. We're on this trip to Saudi Arabia, Qatar. There's not much going on in your life, is there?
Well, I've been busy, but I've enjoyed it because we're getting things accomplished. We're getting things done. You know, you can have times when you're working very hard and not getting things done. That happens too. But we're getting a lot done. I don't think there's ever been a little period like this with the potential nuclear war. And two countries, they have very good leaders, people I know very well. And, you know, it was a very important process. We got involved with India and Pakistan.
You got involved early. Can you give
Yo,
us
my
a
guy looks like a
what
dick.
happened behind the scenes? How were you able?
Well, I didn't like what was happening.
I wonder if I can hide the
they're two very
helmet.
strongly nuclear countries. Very, very powerful amount of nuclear too. Serious stuff. And if that ever started, boy, that's the beginning of something that could be.
Oh yeah.
Even a
we're gonna be fucked if that
minimal, you could have millions of people killed. And with one shot, two shots. And I just thought it was something we could get involved in. And I did a good job. Marco did a good job. And JD did a good job. We sort of were a team. And we...
What's he eating? He's got grapes. Pretzels. Man, lots of pretzels and grapes. He's chilling.
I think convince them to let's have peace and let's go and make trade deals. If we can make trade deals, we like that much better than nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
And that was a great thing, and we did a good job with the Houthis. They stopped with the shooting of the ships. They like shooting ships.
Is that a done deal? Because there's been conflicting reports that some of their leaders are saying, "Oh, that's not true."
Well, it is with respect to America. Now, you know, you can't always count on somebody necessarily telling the truth, but their surrogates were very strong, very powerful, very good relationship with them. You know, they're tough fighters. They can take a lot of punishment, but with respect to America, they say it's true. But we'll see. You'll know. You'll be the first to know, won't you?
Oh, I follow the news closely. I read everything. I think the biggest surprise from this weekend, it was a week ago Friday.
I still can't play
I saw
music.
that China announced, quote, "If the president is serious, we will be willing to negotiate with him." And Scott Bessent, your Treasury Secretary, met with their representatives in Geneva on Saturday. On Monday, you're announcing a trade, well, actually on Sunday, you announced a deal with China.
Yeah.
How did that happen that quickly?
Well, they met on Saturday and Sunday, and they had a deal pretty much from the beginning. It was the concept of a deal. And, you know, one of the things that, as you know, it's sort of a 90-day deal as we negotiate other aspects. But one of the things I think that could be most exciting for us and also for China is that we're trying to open up China. Because, as you know, many years ago, we opened up the USA. Now it's time for China to open up, and that's part of our deal.
Whatever.
And we're going to open up China. To me, that's the most exciting part. But, yeah, we made a deal. The relationship is very good. I've always had a good relationship with President Xi. It was interrupted because of COVID, obviously. But outside of that, I've always had a great relationship, a lot of respect for him.
All right. Actually, I gotta...
We'll see how that all works out. But we have the confines of a very, very strong deal with China. But the most exciting part of the deal, it was mentioned, but we don't talk about it yet. That's the opening up of China to U.S. business. And that would be like opening up a whole new world, and I think it would be even better for China. So I think we'll be able to make that deal, I hope.
At any point, do you foresee yourself dealing directly with President Xi on the final details of this deal?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I'm not sure that it'll be necessary, but that happened with the UK. We were close to a deal, but we needed 1 point or 2 points on pork and ethanol, okay, two very different subjects. And I called up the Prime Minister, who's an excellent man, Keir, excellent man, and within about 3 minutes it was over. We made the deal. It was a good deal for everybody.
3 minutes.
We have a lot of deals now. We have a lot of
Said
trade deals
fuck
that
it.
I'd say virtually everybody wants to make a deal.
when I first saw you, and thank you for letting us cover this and report on this from Air Force One. When I first saw you, I think you were more excited. You were excited about the China deal, but prescription drugs, which has been very, very painful for a lot of Americans. 80% of medications are created in America, and then we end up paying more for those medications. Foreign countries do not pay as much as we do. You said that is over. Can you explain why this is such a big deal?
Well, for many years, we were taken advantage of by other countries and the drug companies, but I blame the other countries in a way more, the European Union, etc. They were very nasty and very tough to the drug companies, and they would give them a very low price for drug costs in the European nations. And
I mean, that's how business
when that
works.
price was given, that was it. They wouldn't negotiate. They said, let America pay for the difference. And this happened all over the world with other countries, and we had stupid people leading us, and especially over the last 4 years, and they wouldn't do anything about it. And it turned out that we were paying, and sometimes you saw 10 times more for the same drug. Same drug, same company, same
That's not because of
plant where
them.
they make it, laboratory.
If they couldn't make money on
got
it, they
to a
wouldn't
point
sell it
where
to
I
them.
said, we're not going to do this anymore. The pharmaceutical industry is very powerful, and probably the most powerful, considered the most powerful lobby. And the Democrats were making it impossible to lower drug prices. They knew what they were doing. And I instituted a most favored nations provision or concept where we're going to pay whatever the lowest country pays in the world. So if it's the UK, which pays very low, in any country, it could be any country.
Oh, so, okay.
And
that's
the
kind of
drug
fucked
companies
up.
have accepted it. Everybody accepts it.
So he only wants to raise the price across seas so he can raise it up here
People were being
at the
ripped off
lowest.
for years and years. And now I hear Democrats saying, oh, well, we're going to now go for the bill. It's going to be very hard for them not to approve the big, beautiful bill that we're doing. We're doing the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, because people are going to be getting a 50 to a 90% reduction in drug prices, not a 0.5%. I remember when I would fight so hard to get a 0.5 point, and I actually had it down a 0.5 point for 1 year, and I was so proud of myself because that never happened before. It was always going up. Drugs only went in one direction. That's up.
Yo, like
and now,
instant
after
kill.
studying the industry, it's a very complex industry, but I figured it out, and I said it's not going to happen.
So he wants to make it the cheapest price that you can get overseas, but raise the price overseas.
They really are to blame for this because they should have done something about it. And when the Republicans went with requests, they said we're not going to approve it. And now we have a unified Republican Party. But I think the Democrats are going to approve this bill too, because how are they going to reject a 60, 70, 80% drug cut? I don't think they can.
I think it's going to be huge. The fact that these drugs are, the creation of these drugs, I mean, these companies have to go through a very arduous process to get approval by the government. They spend billions of dollars, and put aside whether or not, quote, people demonize big pharma. That's separate and apart. However, we usually end up creating them, and then we end up paying 10 times more, which is crazy.
Well, they used to use that, if I could interrupt, they used to use that as a reason why we were paying 5 and 10 times more than other countries. They said because of research and development. And I'd always say, well, what about you doing research and development for the rest of the world too? Why are we paying for 100%? So we paid 100% for research and development, which, along with other things, believe it or not, raised the price to a point where you were 5 to 10 times higher than the rest of the world. And I told the story today. It was well received. A friend of mine who's slightly overweight, to put it mildly, went to a drugstore in London, and he was able to get one of the fat shots. I call it the fat shot, the jab. If you lose weight.
The fat shot.
Some people laugh at that. Some people get offended by. I don't get offended by anything.
I'm just glad I didn't use his name. He's actually a very rich guy. He's a very successful guy.
He's glad you didn't use his name.
No, he's very happy. He knows exactly who I was talking about. He called. He said, that was interesting. He said he was very concerned that I might use his name. It might slip. No, he doesn't have to worry. But he went to London, and he bought this...
Ozempic, Wegovy, one of those?
I guess, yeah, I'm not sure which one. But he bought one of them, maybe Ozempic. and he bought it, and he called me. He said, "Hey, strange thing happened. I just bought a drug, same company, same plant, same everything. Everything was the same. In one case, I paid in New York $1,300, and in London, I'm paying $88." He said, "What's going on?" Now, he knew nothing. He's a very smart guy. He's a very rich guy. His big problem is he's seriously overweight. But I don't think the drug worked, okay, to be honest with you. But it makes him feel good anyway. But so what happens is he said to me, I paid $88, and in New York, I get it for $1,300 or something. A massive difference. And I said, "That's right. The drug laws are very screwed up, and I'm doing something about it." He said, "You better, because this is crazy." He didn't understand it, but he didn't understand why. And now he understands why, because he watched our news conference this morning, holding his breath, right? But he watched his news conference. But think of it. So he goes to London, and a lot of people go shopping in nearby or even far away countries, and they'll go away once a month or once a week or something. If it's a nearby country, they'll go right across the border, and they'll buy the same drug for 1/10 the price as we pay in the United States. And a part of
you
it
get
is
shouted
the power
out
of
for
the
Trump, but because
drug
you're
companies,
fat.
which is the very big power. But I think a bigger part is the ruthlessness of other nations to screw the United States of America. And the European Union would be the top, because they represent a lot of countries, and they're brutal, according to the drug companies tell me this, they're brutal in negotiations. They say, "This is what we're going to pay. We're not going to pay any more. And if you need more, you get it from America." And so they get a low price, so we get a high price. And I ended it. And this has been going on for many years, but nobody realized that you could do. I think I figured out the system. Very complex chain of events take place, and I ended it. And I have to say, the drug companies were great. They were great. They said, "Look, it's time." They actually looked, they said, "It's time."
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Oh, 600 billion is what he got. Okay. Honestly, wasn't sure. What else do we got?
I think that's what happens with Free Diddy. Wait, who said what? Who said Free Diddy?
For the opening statements, day one, Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming out really quickly to talk about this. So first, I want you to set the stage. The whole scene out there. You had almost trouble getting into the courthouse today. Talk to us about what you're seeing.
Oh yeah, I crashed out a little bit this morning, Jesse, thinking I was not about it to get inside that courtroom just because of just how crazy it is. I mean, you can just see the lines just going all the way back.
Yeah, I bet.
Media. It's going all the way back just with the public, just so some people could either, one, watch the trial, get a glimpse of Diddy's family members coming in and out of the courtroom, and even as well as see his attorneys,
voyeuristic behavior.
Brian Steele, Mark Agnifilo, Mark Garagos playing kind of that defensive advisory type of role. So it's crazy out here, especially, you know, it's Diddy, it's high-profile celebrities, it's malicious allegations. Then on top of that, he's facing a lot of time behind bars, so you can understand why so many people of the public wanted to be here and wanted to get here super early so that way they could attend. I even heard somebody was standing in line and was auctioning off how much that they would give to somebody else in line for up to $500, $600. So that's just a lot of people here. Now, as far as who was inside the courtroom today, still is
hustling.
Famous faces, or not say famous faces, but a lot of people that we are definitely.
You want to see Diddy, $400
Mark Garagos in the courtroom, Karen Agnifilo, who is the wife of Mark Agnifilo, who's also representing Luigi as well too. You had Little Rod inside.
Wait,
inside the courtroom.
Diddy's lawyer is Luigi's lawyer too?
Luigi involved against Diddy as well too. He came in, probably I would say maybe a little like 8:30ish.
Hugh scalpers,
with his sunglasses, 2 chains on, as well as his attorney was inside that courtroom as well too. You have all of Diddy's children, with the exception of his youngest daughter, Love, were inside that courtroom. So that includes Quincy Brown, Justin Combs, Christian Combs, Delilah Combs, Chance Combs, Jesse Combs. Chance's mother was inside that courtroom. Diddy's mother was inside that courtroom. The daughter of Diddy's youngest daughter was inside that courtroom. And then you have the twins' caregiver, who is also best friends with Kim Porter, just opening statements just to get this jury selected, because it went down from 43 to 18 today. And so a lot of people were inside that courtroom, body to body.
Good fishing spot.
It's Diddy's first day of trial, so this was, you know, just a little bit of what we were expecting today, but it's crazy out here.
And I will encourage everybody to check out what you're posting on X, Twitter. Because earlier today you actually posted that you saw Rodney Lil Rod Jones, one of the first people to sue Sean Combs. He was outside the courthouse. We were always expecting who would end up showing up during the course of this trial. Talk to us about the jury. Who is this jury? What can you tell about how they're reacting so far to opening statements? I mean, NBC has reported you have one juror who's a 69-year-old male, another juror who's a 31-year-old male, another one 51-year-old male, you have a 42-year-old female, and they have different numbers to them, but what are you determining based on the jury? What's the makeup, and how are they...
Does it fucking matter? I mean, this guy's getting locked up. It doesn't matter. Like, you could give... Bro, you could get 5 random people, 8 random people, and this dude would be done.
How are they reacting to the opening statement so far?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, they probably make sure they get sympathizers.
Question to or answer, I should say, just because of where I was sitting inside the gallery, it was really hard to kind of see each and every single one of their faces when both sides were presenting opening statements. But what I did see from being inside that gallery was some people jotting notes, some people just very much intently listening to both Emily Johnson for the prosecution as well as Garagos for the defense.
That's the lawyer.
Makeup goes, I
or
kind
the
of
defendant.
just took their jury numbers and compared them to the notes that I took last week when I was here for jury selection. You have one who's a scientist.
Oh, I got a crazy ass fucking ring.
Diddy was
Do you think Diddy acted alone? No, and I don't care about this case at all until Diddy starts naming names. That's what my real opinion is about it. I mean, like, I think it's just so obvious that he's guilty, right? I mean, it's like the Bill Cosby thing. Like, oh, one person comes out against Bill Cosby. You know, like, it was 40 years ago, who knows? 2 people come out against Bill Cosby. Oh, well, you know, it's famous. Sometimes these happen to people. 3 people come out about Bill Cosby. Well, that's kind of weird. 4 people come back about Bill Cosby. Yeah, listening to that stand-up, that is kind of a weird joke. 7 people come out about Bill Cosby. Oh, wow. Whoa, what's this? And you're up to like 40 or something like that. Uh-oh. You know, things aren't
This
looking too good.
trial is gonna be
so I feel this way with
insane.
Diddy too, right? Is that with this many people, this many examples, 1,000 pounds of baby oil, bro, this dude is a freak.
Wait. Your
But
very
we all
presence
know
caused-
that. Everybody knows that. When are we going
true.
to get the names of the people that were related to this to hold them accountable as well? That is what I want to know. That is what I want to see. Never? No, guys. I think we will. We're talking about Leonardo DiCaprio. People like this. We're not talking about Bill Clinton. Okay, like, this is like a mountain next to a molehill. Like, yes, obviously the people in the Epstein list, a lot of them are going to get away because they're heads of state and they're fucking billionaires. But these are just movie stars.
Yeah, they might be cooked.
If you think that there's even a remote clout comparison between a movie star and a president of a country, this is not even close.
But didn't know the charges. You have one person who's part of a union job. He works for the Department of
Diddy
Corrections.
won't flip?
Another person who is now retired, but previously...
I don't think he'll need to. I think the video, because he said they recorded so much of this stuff. I don't think he's gonna need to flip. They're gonna have the evidence for it. It's gonna be just play the tape, right?
To work at Verizon. You had another person whose friend is a detective.
It's hard
son
to
is a
say, but
security
it sure
guard.
seems interesting.
But, you know, as far as the defense was kind of making their objections today as far as jury selection goes, and, you know, just kind of the objections they made that, you know, the government was striking 7
I
black...
have an objection. We can't have this jury member on the jury. This person is against sexual assault and rape. I think this would be biased against our case. So I'd like to recommend the court to look for a new person who isn't as biased against sexual assault.
Jurors, that type of thing. There were still black jurors that are going to be serving on this panel who are going to be making making the decisions going into those deliberations. So from what I saw of the jury makeup as a whole, it really was a diverse group of men and women of all different ages.
Yo, is that crackhead saying he's innocent?
Shut up and go back to selling water. Shut up, you idiot. What are you doing?
Decisions going into those deliberations. So from what I saw of the jury makeup as a whole, it really was a diverse group of men and women of all different ages, all different walks of life as well too.
So I'm gonna. We hear some commentary in the back.
Being a black man. Oh
He's
my
only
God.
guilty of being a black man.
What is wrong with you? Stop! This is not. He's guilty of being black. Like what?
Right there.
Well, he is guilty for being black, but he's actually guilty for all the rape and
we
shit.
counted up right now. I believe
he's actually. You guys might not know this, but that was actually his interview for being part of Diddy's jury. Yeah, the Diddy case is going to see them, and the defense is going to see him, and they're going to try to bring him on the jury now.
We,
that was his interview.
as we're looking into this, we're counting up how many men there are.
Yeah.
I believe there's 8 men.
No, never mind. Somebody said that was his lawyer.
4 women on this jury, all different ages. None of them younger than 30 years old. Take that for what it is. A little bit of older individuals as well. But I think it's really interesting when you talk about what we saw today with opening statements, right? And by the way, just to reiterate something that you mentioned before, the first argument.
Last time I went to jury duty, they interviewed me. They're like, "Can you uphold the law?" I said, "No. I'm just gonna look at them. I tell you right now, if they're guilty, I just look at them." And they're like, "Are you being serious?" I said, "Yeah, I'm being serious." Yeah, you just look at them, you know if they did it or not. That's it.
Yeah, then you don't serve.
I wasn't even lying, right? But 9 times out of 10, you just look at them, you know they did it.
What we heard from the defense today was saying that the prosecution, they raised what's called a Batson challenge.
Wouldn't they kick you?
To
Yeah,
their
they kicked me
preemptory
off.
challenges saying you're
I got
striking
kicked off.
jurors based on race, which is improper. The judge didn't side with it. They got a jury selected. Talk about opening statements. I want to start
He's
with the
still crashing out in the
prosecution.
background.
Emily Johnson, what was the main theme of today, and did you learn something new? And Elizabeth, you're going to have to talk a
They're
little
going
bit.
to have to put this guy in Grand Theft Auto 7.
Yeah, as
louder,
the fucking
'cause
bad
that
guy.
behind you is incredibly loud. So, so what was the theme of Emily Johnson's opening statement, and did you learn anything new? Anybody that might testify?
Yeah, so, obviously we've been following this case from the beginning, from the time that Cassie had first dropped her civil lawsuits against Diddy. And so a lot of the stuff that we were listening to from Emily Johnson was expected, right? She starts off with saying, this is Sean Combs. He's a cultural icon, a businessman. He's larger than life. But then she went and kind of talked about the defendant's crimes, the defendant being Diddy, that went past 20 years, kidnapping, allegations of arson, allegations of drug trafficking, sex crimes, obstruction. They were talking about one specific night where the defendant was on the hunt for girlfriend Cassie. So I was pretty surprised.
He's on the hunt? I mean, I feel like, really, you gonna just say it that way? I mean, fuck, bro. Let's just get to the conviction part. Like, on the hunt?
Out of the gates and already had just named her. I was assuming when she were going to be taking the stand, that's when the jurors would know her name. That's when she would be introduced as,
Hey guys, keep in mind that a lot of the celebrities that were at these different parties were the ones that were crying into their cameras during COVID, telling you to get vaccinated and who to vote for. Keep that in mind, okay?
Alleged victim number 1, but the government came out and just automatically just named her. They talked about the incident where Diddy found out Cassie was seeing another man, and that Diddy took his gun and his bodyguard, and Diddy threatened to allegedly kill this man that Cassie was with. Emily Johnson talked about how he had beat Cassie so brutally that he also had to take control of her. He kept videos of Cassie sleeping with escorts and threatened to use them against her. These are the types of things we had already known and were already kind of painted out inside.
So this is the stuff that everybody already knows about this. Like, it's not even a big deal. It's like, oh yeah, of course, he threatened to kill her boyfriend, and you know, he like recorded her without her consent, with everything. But like, yeah, we're talking about the new stuff.
Indictments that the government had written up and that type of sort. You know, Diddy referring himself as a king, which is kind of ironic.
Had a male stripper piss in her mouth. You know what I bet that is? I bet that's a 2 out of 10 on the Diddy scale. And you know the worst thing about it is I bet nobody in this chat is going to even begin to disagree with that.
As a giant king
I'm not.
on the back of his neck. You know, Emily Johnson spoke about the defendant using his inner circle to manipulate women that for a while he watched, how his bodyguards kind of played, or bodyguards as well as employees kind of played a role into this alleged RICO conspiracy as well too, you know, and she made it a point to say this case is not about a celebrity's private sex preferences, because that was something that the defense definitely kind of chalked it up
well,
to
I mean,
being.
if the preferences are people that are under a certain age, I do think that it's a bit relevant. But, you know, it doesn't matter if he's gay or not. Like, nobody gives a shit about
you know,
that.
that he lived an alternative lifestyle, that type of story.
Alternative
we'll talk about that more in a second. You know, while there has been a lot of reports about
Fucking A, man.
where her whereabouts are or anything like that, the defense didn't talk about alleged
It's
victim
tough
number
to
3. Instead, they
catch.
kept it pretty short and to the point. They talked about Cassie. They talked about Jane, who we presume to be the other alleged victim. In this case, the government was talking about, you know, the freak-offs being also named Wild King Night, something that we had also known about as well.
Wild King Night. Do you remember what I said about that Cat Williams interview? You can be Kang the Conqueror, but in 2 weeks, your life can get turned upside down. That's crazy, right?
Even just simply
fucking nuts.
as, you know, hotel nights as well too.
It's 2 weekends?
Allegations of flying
That's about right, huh?
escorts across state lines, out of the country, into the country, that type of thing.
Another one of these back to back.
The staff set up his rooms in advance, lighting,
I need some water.
Escorts, drugs for both Diddy and the women that were participating in these types of events. You know, women had to dress in lingerie, had to wear white nails, tall heels, something that Cassie had pointed out in her civil lawsuit that was later settled. You know, talking about the drug
This
use.
is out of like a movie.
Then they went into kind of, you know, the allegations specifically geared towards Cassie and just how, you know, the defendant had met Cassie. They had a 17-year age difference. Cassie was initially given a 10-album deal. And
17 years. That's a lot.
As far as, putting out a whole bunch of different albums and that type of sort. You know, and so these were types of things that we had already known about. I think some of the more interesting points also go to Jane.
I mean, like, that's not even a big thing, like, right? I mean, 2 consenting adults, there's a predatory relationship going on. I mean, this is obviously, like, unseemly behavior, but this is not really this is not really why he's why he's in court, right? I mean, let's be honest. It's like just more evidence of the bad behavior.
You know,
Kanye wants him free.
Other alleged victim, she was a single mom.
Kanye wants Hitler free.
Met Diddy around 2020.
Like, I mean, what does that
Diddy
mean?
Was single, but when Jane was single, but Diddy was seeing other people. You know,
I mean, that doesn't really mean a whole lot, does it?
Jane to the freak-offs, and she had tried one just to kind of make him happy, and then just kind of kept going into this repetitive cycle of doing these freak-offs, wild hotel nights, that type of sort, just to kind of appease him. That Jane didn't want to do these freak-offs, and that she had tried at even one point to, you know, hire men on her own that worked in the porn industry so she could pick the men. Diddy made her these escorts not wear condoms when they, you know, allegedly participated in these types of activities. So these were just kind of the big things that were pointed out as far as the government. And Jesse, do you want me to go into the defense?
Well,
the defense was pretty interesting as well too.
Oh my
Before you go into
God.
the defense, as I was reading about the reporting today, it was the first confirmation that Cassandra Ventura is victim 1 in this case. We always guessed it, we always surmised it. Now we have a definitive answer. And by the way, I think it was either the prosecution or the defense who mentioned that she's going to probably testify this week as we wonder who the first witnesses are going to be.
Yep.
And also this reference to Mia, who is Sean Combs' personal assistant. that is maybe going to provide some important testimony in this
What do
case.
you think the odds are that his personal assistant, that happens to be an attractive woman, is going to be involved in this lawsuit? Like, jeez, guys. We really got to sit down and think about this one, huh? Oh, man.
Now, before we go to the defense, real quick.
I wonder.
As though you're looking at all these people that are behind you right now, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Are these all reporters? Are these all fans? Are these all people who
fans?
are supporting Sean Combs, who are not supporting Sean Combs? Are these just interested spectators? I'm trying to get a sense of the people that are walking behind you right now.
All the above.
Obviously, I was trying not to pay attention so much because it's really so many people, but it's really just kind of a common mix. It's a lot of people who are here with the media. You know, you have field producers, you have social media producers, you know, and pretty much every outlet across the country is here right now inside that courtroom. I wouldn't say there's too many supporters beyond that one guy just kind of yelling, and he had been kind of saying some pretty vile things to us.
Really? I would have never guessed that.
Reporters. So, you know, we're trying
So
too much not to pay
he's just
attention
crashing out. Yeah, just don't look at him. He'll go away.
to him as much as possible. As far as the family goes, you know, right before we did this hit, we saw the family kind of get into a Sprinter van and kind of drive off, maybe to get something to eat, maybe to decompress, because, you know, think about it, Jesse, his children were inside that courtroom, especially his daughters were inside that courtroom, hearing about their father, you know, booking escorts and beating, allegedly beating women and that type of sort. So maybe it was just the time that all the family members just had to get out of here, get away from this media circus. But for the most part, it's a good mix of both media and just the general public who are just genuinely curious.
So Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom because they're going to start up in about 15 minutes. Real quick, if you could summarize the defense's opening statement, some highlights there.
He didn't do it. It wasn't him. This was somebody else. This is a coordinated attack on him. It's all made up. The videos are AI. All of the witnesses are just paid actors. Whole thing's fake. It wasn't me.
Yeah, the defense's opening statements were pretty, we were kind of expecting them. They were going to have to admit that Diddy had been physically violent towards women.
So my understanding, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but the guy who represented Osama bin Laden was going to be on Diddy's case, but he dropped out because he just thought that this was a bit too much. I swear. Wait, really? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay. Yes, just so you guys, because it's such a ridiculous thing to say, I have to give it an example, right? Jesus Christ, what is this? Who is Anthony Vico? The lawyer who quit Diddy's case. He once represented Osama bin Laden, but he told the judge that under no circumstances could he continue to serve as counsel for Sean Combs. Imagine being in this lineup and this guy isn't the worst one. How does that happen? Oh my God. That's saying a lot, yes. Holy shit.
In the past, they were going to have to admit that Diddy had this type of temper, that, you know, he participated in taking these types of drugs, and that his temper was especially bad whenever he was on drugs and alcohol. You know, there was a point in the openings where Diddy stood up when Tenny Garagos was introducing him to the jury. For the most part, even throughout opening statements, he kind of sat there calmly. He looked at the jurors. He looked at Tenny Garagos, who again provided the opening statements on the defense's behalf. You know, the defense was kind of harping on the fact that the government has no place in his bedroom, something that we had talked about plenty.
So they're actually going to go with that. That this is all a coordinated attack by the government to shut down Diddy. Oh my God.
Many of times, just how they're kind of painting this as somebody, you know, who did bad things on one hand, but were these bad things criminal? And that was essentially what the defense's argument was there. You know, they said
were they criminal? Well, I mean, if 1% of them are true, yeah. Yeah, like 1%.
The defense will see domestic violence in this trial, but
Right.
while they do take it seriously, they say it's not sex trafficking. So I feel like they're trying to divide this line between, this being a
It's not
violence in this
sex.
trial, but while they do take it seriously, they say it's not sex trafficking. So I feel like they're trying to divide this line between this being a domestic violence spat or domestic violence toxic
So now it's just
relationship type of thing, as opposed to these being actual criminal acts that Diddy was allegedly
What?
committed and that type of thing. The defense was saying that these alleged victims were strong, capable women, that they made choices
Strong,
that were
capable
poor
women.
adults, they were free of choice, and they came with both pros and cons, and that type of thing.
What?
They were kind of talking a lot about how Diddy was
What?
jealous and how other partners or his other relationship partners. So
The reason being is the United States had absolutely no evidence to prove Osama bin Laden was the man behind 9/11, but there is immense evidence implicating Puff Daddy. Well, I don't know why Bush did it either, right? But I do think it's an interesting comparison.
for example, Cassie, they also
It is a
mentioned
good
Gina,
comparison.
somebody I had talked
Nobody
about
knows.
stories I had
Terrorists
done.
and him.
She had talked about how Diddy was physically violent with her in a podcast episode, for example, and so that was kind of
Damn, on
her
tape.
there
How many
beyond,
examples?
what the government was talking about.
How many
as far
examples
as,
do you need?
Diddy's team moves to dismiss. It's oh my god. Guys. It's racism. It's racism. That's the reason why he's on trial. Diddy's team moves to dismiss
you're right.
prostitution case alleging a racial bias. Right, they're summoning the old magic. Yeah, bro, I don't think that's gonna work anymore.
Alleged victims in this case and that type of sort. They had mentioned Kim Porter and how Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter's relationship with Diddy and that type of thing.
Yeah.
And then everything kind of ended as soon as Kim Porter had passed away. Cassie went to her memorial service, and that was the last time she had seen Diddy, even prior to her expectation that she'll be inside that courtroom testifying. These jurors are going to see some of these freak-off videos, but they say that it was taken from Cassie's devices, not Diddy's devices. And so, they talked about...
So does that matter? Like, I mean, if he's doing it, he's either doing it or he's not doing it.
For example, who had worked with Diddy for a number of years, and the defense says, they want jurors to evaluate her motive to testify. When they were talking
Her
about...
motive to testify.
Wow.
I don't know,
Really?
maybe because she got sexually assaulted and abused. But I'm sure it's all just for attention, though, right? That's the real reason.
Jane
Oh, yeah.
Doe, it was the same thing, that this was a jealous relationship. Jane wanted to be more public, whereas Diddy, he flaunted other relationships that weren't with Jane and that type of thing. So those were some of the
Allegedly.
biggest takeaways
True.
from the defense's
Allegedly.
openings, as well as the government's openings as well, too.
These are the arguments we anticipated. Now, obviously, there's a lot more detail to it. We're hearing it in an official capacity. And these jurors, while they might have heard certain aspects of this case, this is the first time, presumably, both arguments are being positioned to them for the first time in such a very particular way. And this is opening statements. It's not evidence, but it is the start, the official start of Sean Combs' criminal trial. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for reporting. Go back into that courthouse. Stay safe
I'm gonna
out
link you
there.
guys the
A lot
video.
of, a lot of interesting characters you're seeing running around. But thanks, Elizabeth. Appreciate it.
This shit is actually
Yeah,
crazy.
Bro, that's some crazy ass people there. And yeah, wow. And opening out, Diddy is beyond cooked. Yeah, like this guy is done, man. It would have been more believable if he used some claims. Yeah, there's the video right there. Give it a like. I mean, I think this guy is done, bro. Like, he's done. Everybody knows he's done. Like, it's not even a question of whether he's done. It's like honestly, again, wake me up when we get the accomplices list, because that's who I really want to see. And I think, do you remember the day that Diddy got arrested and like 20 public officials and people resigned from their jobs at the exact same day? Like, that was a really wasn't that crazy? Wow, what are the odds that would happen? Wow, that's crazy. Look at that. Actors too, yeah. And so I want to see them get brought up on this. I do, because I feel like this has been one of those like like Epstein or like Weinstein, fucking open secrets. And man, let's close this shit. Let's close it, Leo. I love Leonardo DiCaprio as an actor, but if he was involved in this shit, he's got to go to jail. Like, that's just the way it is. And so that's the way I see it.
That's exactly how it should
we
be.
don't know yet. I don't want
Especially if they're doing crimes like this.
But I'm gonna wait for the evidence, and then
You can't just lock people up for just petty crimes. You gotta lock up the people that do the serious shit too, you know.
And so before I start fucking hating the guy, I'm gonna wait and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Come on, fish. A fucking big dick. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Yoink it. Yep. Feel it. Feel that pocket? Get in that pocket. In the pocket. Feel the pocket. Be the pocket. Feel the pocket. Come on. Really the biggest pain in my ass. I'm only at 6. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh. You're fucking kidding me. I had it. That, I can't believe that even happened. That really fucking pissed me off. Not really. Just upsetting. I spent like 5... dude. Spent so long on that. And it was at maximum fucking potential. I really gotta get better loot. I think Doom just released. One more. Come on. That ain't cutting it. Fucking bait on there. Oh, 20 in. They gotta get a 20 incher. All right. I can turn this in now. It's right around the corner. Around there. Screen for you.
Destroyed it. Okay. Tab. Tab. Fine.
You did it! I've been trying to catch some myself. Oh, with these feet, no I.
Alright, I got the fucking fish for her. That was fun. My fishing.
It's gotta be really quiet. Here we go. Fuck. God damn, is it scary in here? He even went to Home
Shit
Depot
on the
and got
side with the
scary
booty
lights.
boys.
Like, I want to light my creepy basement dungeon dwelling area. Very more green, eerie. Give me the ones that buzz really loud. Oh. I had a friend like Ben. So much hydrochloric acid
86
and
fishing.
paint.
Bow paint.
Oh my god. Someone's bottom half. Oh, and their top half. Oh, they're just pants. I keep thinking the worst about this guy.
He's just misunderstood, right?
Maybe he attacked me because I was, you know, stealing stuff from his house, like a photo of my own brother.
Huh?
The mouse movement is so creepy, Chat. I'm not making it this creepy, I promise you. It
Damn.
Is, it drags when I turn. Door number 1.
Looks like a fucking movie.
Take down the planks.
Barehand the planks.
Now, he boarded this up for a reason. Because it's the way out. Pressing E button. I can't do that yet. Okay.
Get a hammer.
Now, my fear is, I'm going to open this PT-like door. And he's going to fucking swing it open.
I gotta wait to watch
right now in 3, 2. He is missing. I can find it by rummaging through items.
You can hold some objects.
Not quite.
I'm locked in, and not in a good way. I'm locked in a way that every muscle is tight.
Is this PlayStation 5? The graphics are that good, huh?
Oh my god, you guys playing on a PlayStation 6? Not even out yet. Fucking sprint. This paint can is floating, dude. Do I crouch?
Whoa, cool graphics.
They got me on a fucking minute. I'm a minute.
Sound of that? You
I'm
gotta
right
make your
on
own sound
time,
effects in
man.
these games.
The hell? About to do the countdown together, boys.
Okay, gotta rummage.
Paper joints, including the $2 Canadian dollars.
Do it.
Headliners has a new update.
Headliners?
Headliners is due, right?
Ooh, yeah, that game was good.
Headliners is due.
I'm down to hop back in there. Are we locked in? Are you my friend?
Now, Manivore.
Manivore. Can I drag these boxes
10,
out?
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Get off. Something around here.
1. Go.
What if there was a key in the room that I was first in?
It would be that simple, right? Maybe it's under the chair.
Another update, you fuckers.
That would be a good place to put it. Now, this place looks so uneventful. I have a feeling it's by those clothes.
I
I'm
feel
just
like the
not seeing
game's
it.
only gonna let you interact with like the arrow.
How did I pre-install a game that needs a 69 gigabyte
I don't
update?
see it.
Oh,
Oh god, the FOV! I'm gonna puke. I'm gonna be
God.
sick.
Who made this game?
It said to rummage, so the act of rummaging. Ooh, let me hit this. Yo, turn that up. Let's get wet in here. It's getting hot in here.
it's about to get wet
Why'd
and
it get darker?
sticky.
Did it just get darker? Holy fuck, that scared me. Why did it get so dark randomly?
Rummaging and rummaging.
Can't rummage in the complete darkness. Okay, if I was making a game, right, I would put the key in a place that has a little light at least. Like that area looks interesting. Go over there, right? You wouldn't put it in the complete darkness. Or in this box? I don't know. How much of this shit do I gotta...
I can only think of the original room, maybe.
No sound makes these even eerier. Scarier. Can't get in there. No drawers. Can I fuck with this? Nope. All right, let's go back to the OG room.
Surely there's something painted yellow.
I'll just sit back in the chair and wait for the old man to come get me again. Oh, dude, it's so dark. There's no way. Am I not seeing it on the ground? Is it like one of those trick of the eyes? Thank you, Frosted Dong. Keep it cold, man.
What happens if you close the door?
I'll just wait in this pitch black corner.
Check out behind more paintings.
More paintings? There's paintings down here? One of these boxes for sure looks like you would be able to click or... 3 hours of this room. Prepare yourselves. I guess we're getting...
Found it.
There it is.
Okay. For real, I was just about to say we're going through every can. I'm going to pull apart every can in this fucking game.
We rummaged.
And here it is.
Rummaging has...
It opens the basement door.
Biggest key I've ever seen.
Huge. Brand new, too. Brand spanking new. Got it?
All right, time to leave. I'm sure
Who
it's
puts a
all
key
just a
there?
misunderstanding.
So now we understand. The game is willing to do whatever it takes. It is ready to do the unconventional searching puzzles.
I think when it's a solo dev, especially from the EU, anything's up to grabs, right? Nothing's going to make any sense.
I'll be honest, the fact that was actually where it was scares me more than any monster that could be behind this door.
I'm sure the puzzles are going to make perfect sense.
The fact that they are willing to put it there, and that is the puzzle.
Jeez.
Hello. I'm so fucking scared, dude. I hate how scary games have gotten, man. It's too much, dude. This is way too fucking scary.
Tab.
What was that? Search the house. All right.
We just got to search.
I got to click on every little object check because I don't know. I'm going to fall through there, be back in the basement. So let's go here.
Oh, it's your foot.
Heavy lurking tonight, boys. Yeah, I understand if you want to watch the stream 5 feet away from the computer with your hands away from any keyboard of any kind. That makes the most sense.
Pizza.
Yo, let me get a bite.
There's a fuse box to the right.
We're doing fuse puzzles, aren't we?
I see a fuse to the left.
I'm fucking frozen. I don't know what this is for. I don't know what this is for. Well, what the
fudge?
What the fuck is this guy doing in his kitchen?
Damn, you gotta power some shit up.
I need to open the lid somehow to take the statue out. I don't know what this is for.
I don't know.
I interact with lights. Is that what that's what this game needs? Needs to be scarier.
All right, what's the pizza situation?
Justin, stretch shoulders and neck every day. I'll start doing that. I need to. Just the most. I love the life pro tips coming through mid-scary game.
Oh, pickles.
Oh my god. This guy's got so many eggs. You know how much these cost these days? And a hiney? Ah, he's a ratty rattler. Oh my god, there's eyeballs and guts.
Are those better than olives, though?
Heart jam.
What's in the freezer?
Oh my fucking god. This is scarier than what's up here. Okay, I don't want to waste his electric bill.
That's a real sin.
All right, chat, write something. We need you to write something down.
369.
Damn thing's fine.
Write it down.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
Damn thing's fine.
Fucking whole brain, bro.
Oh my god.
Motherfucking whole brain.
Dude, I can see what she's thinking. A human brain. Almost untouched. Still incredibly fresh. What?
God.
Our brain's mushy. Like it's
Also,
just
that brain's
sitting
getting
here
bigger.
sitting here like a football. Yeah, that brain got a dick and balls.
Hey, look at the ass on that brain, though.
Yo, that fucking brain got gorilla dick and balls.
Yeah.
Look like gorilla dick on that thing. Dude, it got a butthole. Dude, I didn't realize we're all just a bunch of dickheads and buttheads.
Yo, people are attracted to intelligence. I'm telling you.
See that brain STG?
Get some head.
Hey, man, y'all talking shit. It's still fresh. You gonna use it or you just gonna spin it around? You just gonna meat spin it?
How fast can you spin that thing?
Dude, it looks like it's going into another dimension. Like, this is what I assume it would look like when the aliens show up and they're in, like, 4-dimensional things. And they're like, come on in, Pops. Like, that's what their doorway...
Oh, you get the warping to go super, like, it spins off.
That's what their doorway looks like.
You see that?
They're like, come with us if you wish to learn the secrets of the universe. Then you walk in and you just... Your body does that, too. And you're just like, oh, fuck. All right, let me just close that up.
369.
No, 3169. You keep saying the yin yang, it's gonna throw us off.
Help! There's fresh brain!
Help!
Man, it's cooking fresh brain!
What the fuck?
Are those sausages?
I hope so. Dinguses.
Man kielbasa's.
Big old honking rods. Tied two to a tie. It is so PT looking. They mastered that look. Oh,
Jesus Christ, man.
Fucking god damn it.
Thanks, North.
Thanks for the bits. And Venom, thank you for that as well. What is this? Oh, fuss shit. Oh, whoa, dude.
Yeah!
That was cool. Yo, this game's sick. You guys are wondering why we're not playing Doom. Look at this.
You guys realize Doom's out, right?
Can you do this in Doom? I want to say Dune so bad. 2001. Crafted from the finest muscle tissues, this blend is known for fresh muscle, subtle cartilage aroma.
Would you drink it?
2001 year human body parts. I'd give it a smell.
I'd cork it.
I'd give it a smell. Give it a little. Woo! Just to say I tried it, you know?
Yeah, the aroma of cartilage. Why not?
Give it that little shot.
What are we talking here? Yo, you went to the pizza place and you got spaghetti and meatballs, huh?
And you plated it up yourself.
And stack. So he's not only eating people.
He's also a lot of DoorDash.
He's also getting down on
See all the
some
takeout?
schmagegi. Yeah, look at these boxes of schmagegi right here.
And he has plenty of fresh brains and pickled eyeballs, man. You guys, you gotta stop DoorDashians over here.
Yo, Chad, you guys still door dashing? I stopped doing that. I can't door dash anything. It feels like I'm just ripping myself off.
I definitely feel guilty when I do it, which is very rare. And it's like a special treat.
It feels so shameful, you know? Especially when you know the place is like fucking 10 minutes drive, you know, 5-minute drive. I've been there a few times, late nights. I was hungry again today, but it wasn't my stomach. Something else was starving. I tried to feed it, but it wasn't enough. Maybe I'm eating the wrong things. Very wise, Papa and Krug. Never done it. Yeah, don't start. But you realize what power your fingertips have.
I realize that there's people that Grubhub DoorDash every meal.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Chat, no.
Yep.
Chat, no, you ain't doing that, right, Chat? You wouldn't do that.
Brain essence and cream?
Rich and creamy.
Brain essences?
First I was scared, now I open every drawer like this with my chin just poking right into it. Once a week?
That adds up, man.
Don't do the math on that. What was that? Yo, do I need to be able to fucking run in this game? Oh my god, okay. Alright, let's keep looking. Let's continue the rummaging.
Searching the house.
scary ass sound. Oh,
It's a
my
ceiling
God.
fan.
Yo, I'm climbing out of this bitch right now.
Hello.
Ooh.
Do we have a reflection? You fucking dude! I was looking in the mirror, bro.
Got
Cool,
him.
man. I thought I saw. So I thought I was an orb of energy. I thought I was a.
Why
Yeah.
would you do that?
That's not cool. Hey, pal. It's not cool. Says he's got to take advantage while alerts are turned up. I'm turning them down. 20%. That was a little bit just too loud.
Do not test the alerts.
Oh,
Nothing.
frightening.
Oh, this reminds me of our trip to Florida.
Rabbit jars.
Okay.
Okay, keep on searching.
Oh my God! What was that?
The fuck was that?
Squirted.
Ah.
Squirted my eyes, dude.
Oh man,
Jeez.
dude, that something about the shape of that blob felt like it was in real life, like someone threw something at me.
It kind of looked like when you're in Mario Kart, you get inked.
Oh,
But the
dude.
worst version.
It's that one was like those like the fucking TikToks or whatever, the clips where someone throws something at it, or
Where a
base,
spider jumps at you.
baseball guy hits
Yeah.
it at a weird angle and the ball comes at you and you go whoa in bed. You're like, whoa, Jesus. Body temperature has risen 15 degrees. I am sweating now. Instantly, just a pool of sweat. Full on manopause. And what was in the drawer? Nothing.
Squirt.
That's where I keep my jumpy spiders.
Fucking squirt, man.
Fuck, goddamn. Now I am scared of every single one of these.
Grandma's
just
cookies.
Christmas presents and Nutella.
Oh, roll
Big
dice. Thank you,
jar,
man.
Big jar. Can't wait to shit your pants once again. Yep.
What the hell is that?
I don't know what that is.
Is that turkey?
Fuck. Ugh. All right, we're almost 100% searched on the place.
Oh, cool. Dining room's clear.
Got a whole other place to scope out.
And floor.
Oh. Oh, that sound. Keep on going.
Such a
So this is where we got
spooky
knocked the
shit,
fuck out.
dude. This
We've
is
been
so
here.
funny to watch.
It was way cleaner, though, right?
Yeah, he's been rummaging.
How long have you been out?
Animal Magazine, amazing food. This guy's really into his culinary arts. There's the picture of the kid again. Kids that aren't his. Kids that aren't his.
All right, we just leave and we go home. End of the game. It's fine.
What was this? It's another one of these. That's always fun. Now this looks like something.
They all have the same time.
Now, hold on. Can I change them or?
10:35. They're all 10:35.
By God, you're right.
They're all 10:35.
10:35. I heard something. Did you hear that? I thought I fucking heard something, dude. Get around the couch in case we got to Scooby-Doo him.
Huh.
I need a full cone fucking vision of the room, dude. Yo, Valentine. Relax. All right.
For being $5, this game looks sick.
I won't leave without my brother.
Who said that?
Thanks, Justice. Thank you.
Okay.
If I'm ever being captive by a cannibal, you'll come back for me. Thank you.
Get a search team and get actual professionals who know how to handle this with guns and stuff. I'm just going to start rummaging. Oh. God.
See where these updates are at.
Jeez.
Where this?
Oh my God! Shit! Almost
was
threw the mouse
that?
across the room. Why, dude? This game is just. It's like PT.
Yo.
Jumpies. More jumpy than PT. Fuck. I'm not crying. What was that, by the way?
Was that duck?
Hey, mister. Do you got my baseball? I think I threw it through your window.
Did it make a splatter on the wall?
What?
A Poorilla fucking threw
Someone
it.
threw a big old turd.
Own shit.
For children, if you make your children play this game, chat,
You're a sick.
You're bad parents.
Sick
don't let anyone know. Might not see those kids ever again.
Yo, imagine your parent forces you to play scary games as a punishment.
Oh, fuck.
Can you imagine?
That'd be
Richard
fucked.
Ramirez again. Oh.
What is that?
Oh my god.
I want to go in this room. Yo, what's good, mannequin boys?
We big chillin'?
I haven't taken the statue's head yet.
Oh, that one turkey.
Jeez.
That ass.
You guys don't have naked men statues in your living room?
Ooh, what's this? My mother used to watch me at the dinner table. It was always the same thing. Waste is a sin. So I had to finish every bite. But no one noticed I wasn't hungry. I just obeyed. Sometimes I wonder, do we consume people the same way? Once they are forgotten, do they cease to exist completely?
You wrote that on a fucking flip notepad?
While watching God knows what. He's a
Watching
learned
mannequin
man.
ass.
Loves his books about the Trinity and the death chord.
Elvis, eyes wide open.
Elvis.
Yo! The Elvis
Woman
Bible.
with the 5 YouTubes.
Wolven.
Yo, let's play a beat.
And Kill Dodson. Thank you so much for the super chats.
The solo is for you. Oh.
Cash rules everything around me.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Wow, you get full piano.
Can you slide?
Can't slide. I have to unless I click it.
Yeah.
Yes. Release.
With a bucket and a mop.
Very superstitious. Very superstitious. When you believe it. This is how fun a real piano is. For me, it's how fun a real one is.
That's exactly what I do. Not gonna lie.
Downtown.
That's as far as it gets.
She gave you QWERTY.
Believe.
Honestly, missed opportunity to give me QWERTY and just let me go. That would have been great.
The one dev. Get on it.
One dev.
Okay. That's enough of that.
Anyone?
It's so fucked.
No one.
No one, not a clap from a single one. Not a clap from a single cheek.
Oh, who's this?
Sits next to a photo of himself. There I am. Just a pure
Mr. Clean?
chin. Even the man smiles enough. His smile is enough to send a chill down your spine.
Shiver down your chin.
Cool.
All right.
Well, I know where heads are.